Good afternoon, everyone. All righty. Do we have a quorum?
Yes, Your Honor. Do you want to do the exec session at the end of study, since you already have people on the Teams meeting?
At the end?
That way, since you already have directors and everything on the meeting, we can do that.
Right, we're going to hold on to the executive session till the end of the meeting. And so, Mr. Clerk, we are going to move past items 1 and 2 and move on to item 3, which is the COVID-19 update. Time has been set aside for an update on the COVID-19 emergency. At this time, I would also like to open item number 4. There is a significant overlap with items 3 and 4, therefore we need to discuss them together. First, I would like City Manager Ortega to give us an overview of the stimulus funding and CARES Act, and then move into the economic redevelopment strategies. Item 3 and 4 were very similar, and I think were meant to be together. So, Mr. Manager, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Those of you that are remote, are you able to hear me okay? You shake your head would be good. Good. Okay. So what I thought I'd do, Mayor, is give you an overview of some of the things that we're working on to address the issues around the COVID-19 virus. We have been working closely with your office, Mayor, on and the congressional delegation, trying to get a handle on those opportunities for funding. So Andrew Greenhill is our intergovernmental relations manager, has been working closely with our lobbyists and closely with a lot of you and you, Mayor. I'd like him to give an overview. Once he finishes, then I'm going to turn it over to Joyce Garland, who is actually tracking and maximizing the opportunity for use of those dollars. She'll then turn it over to Amber Kerwin, who's going to outline for you some of the metrics that we have in place for that reimbursement. And then we'll get into some nuts and bolts. I'll turn it over to Diana Alarcon and to Liz Morales for some information that they've been working on with that. So what I'd like to do, Andrew, are you on?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead, Andrew. You probably need to speak up a little bit so that we can hear you here. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, today I'll give you an overview of the federal stimulus bill, otherwise known as the CARES Act. The act was passed and signed into law by President Trump at the end of March. It directs the spending of over $2.2 trillion meant to deal with both the health-related aspects as well as the economic impacts of the coronavirus pandemic. There are many provisions that we're all familiar with in the CARES Act. There's the $1,200 checks. There's the Paycheck Protection Plan. For me today, I'm going to focus on the key provisions that will or may provide funding to the City of Tucson. And as you'll see, some of these include housing and transit dollars, and those will both Liz Morales and Diana Eller will go into more detail later.
Andrew, just for your information, your audio is coming in and out. So if there's an opportunity to maybe get a little closer to the mic, it might be just technical difficulties that we're having.
Okay. Is this any better? Mayor, is this better?
It's better. Go on, Andrew.
Okay. Let me see if I can do that. So what I'll do is focus on the provisions of the Act that provide dollars to the City of Tucson. The first provision that I'd like to focus on is the Coronavirus Relief Fund. This is $150 billion that was appropriated to go to state and local government. We are still waiting to see how much money this will bring to the City of Tucson. We are clear that we are eligible for these funds. However, there are some strict restrictions about how these funds can be utilized. By and large, these will be funds that must be used for direct coronavirus-related expenses. We continue to work with our federal delegation to try to get more flexibility with these funds. We hope to perhaps in future legislation get that flexibility. For now, we're still trying to ascertain how much money we are going to receive and some more clear guidance about how we can spend those funds. The second category of funds that we've received, or at least we know we're going to receive, are CDBG, ESG grants, and HOPWA, Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS. So as you can see, there's a $5 billion total in the bill for CDBG. Of that, $2 billion has been appropriated, and of that $2 billion, the City of Tucson will receive close to $3.3 million. Again, Liz will talk more about what we...
Andrew, I'm sorry, I can't hear you. I got to, please speak louder. How much?
$3.3 million of CDBG.
For the city.
For the city, yes. The next provision is the Emergency Solutions Grants. These are grants that provide emergency housing for the houseless and related programs. That will bring in $1.66 million to the city. And then housing for persons with AIDS, we believe we're going to receive out of 63 million nationwide, we will receive $109,000. So that's what we've ascertained so far that will be coming to the city. There are some other funds that were made available by the CARES Act, the tenant-based rental assistance, project-based rental assistance, and the Public Housing Operating Fund. We're waiting for more guidance from Housing and Urban Development to see how much funds we will get for that. The next area where we've been pretty successful in getting funds is for transit. We received $25 billion is appropriated in the grant nationwide for public transit agencies and the City of Tucson, and we got the awards notification today. The City of Tucson will receive over $44 million.
44.
And again, $44 million. And Diana will talk more about that when she gets to speak. Also in the bill, there's money for the Bureau of Justice Assistance grants. There's $850 million nationwide, and of that, the City of Tucson is allocated about $950,000. Those are dollars that can be used for public safety personnel, overtime costs, and PPE for public safety. Then there are other funds that are available, although we are waiting for more information. And then some of these funds are dollars that will go from the federal government to the state. And then at that point, we may be able to apply for funds from the state. Those include the FEMA Disaster Relief Funds, the Emergency Management Performance Grants, Family Violence Prevention, and the Assistance to Firefighters. And then lastly, just want to mention there's the Economic Adjustment Assistance. There's $1.5 billion in that fund. You apply for that through the EDA's regional office, which I believe is in Seattle. And Barbara Coffey has more information about how we would pursue those grants. So for now, these are the dollars that we know are likely to be appropriate or allocated to the City of Tucson. IGR continues to work with the delegation and federal agencies to get further guidance and information on additional CARES Act funding for Tucson. And at the same time, we are already negotiating on the next stimulus bill, currently being referred to as the interim relief bill, that started last week and continues as we speak. We're strongly advocating for more flexibility with the funds from the CARES Act as well as additional funds, including more CDBG funds, to help our city maintain our operations and to address the community's great needs at this time. And I know the council talked a bit about infrastructure. I think once as we've heard from Senator Sinema in particular, as the nation moves from the crisis stage of the pandemic to recovery, there may be some interest by the Congress to fund infrastructure. Should that happen, we'll provide that information to Mayor and Council. So with that, I'll turn it over to Joyce Garland.
Mayor, Joyce, before you get started, Andrew, the information you went over, I know it's changing almost by the day. Would you mind sending a snapshot to the mayor and council of that spreadsheet? I think you may have sent it already, but if you could send out another one, just change the date on it to make sure they have the most up-to-date information, I'd sure appreciate it.
Yep, will do.
Thank you. With that, I'll turn it over to Joyce Garland.
All right, thank you very much. Honorable Mayor and Council, as you can see, there's a lot of information within all of these stimulus packages, all of these different grants, and it takes a real team to watch it, to understand the processes that we're going to have to go through in order to get the dollars, to know whatever we're eligible for, those particular costs, and to track our costs. So we did quickly put together a team. Amber Kerwin is leading the team. We have internal audit individuals, Bob Kultz and Aaron Williams on that team. Jasmine Chan and Sean Areno are helping too. We're reading over all of the information, and I can tell you, if you've ever read any of the federal guidelines, they're very technical. They have very much a lot of nuances in them, so it takes a lot of concentration to understand exactly what we would be eligible as far as reimbursement or other dollars. So we are working very closely as a team. We've put together some dashboards so that we're monitoring the expenses as they occur, including encumbrances. We're tracking revenues very closely and other items in order to maximize dollars we'll get back. So with that, I'm going to have Amber Kerwin give you some specific details.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So as Joyce mentioned, I am acting as the Finance Admin Chief of the City's Emergency Operations Center, and in that role, I have been tasked with tracking all expenditures related to the city's response to COVID-19. So the Finance and Admin team of the EOC has already put in place, or in some cases, we are in the process of finalizing tracking mechanisms to document all aspects of the city's response to COVID-19 and the associated actual and projected costs. Cost categories related to the pandemic that we're tracking include COVID-related leave time, overtime, and straight time, equipment and supplies. So this category includes the PPE that's required, services, as well as claims, both workers' compensation and liability. So we've worked to put in place a process to flag and collect all required documentation for COVID-related and potentially reimbursement-eligible expenses. And that means that the purchase-related documentation is being collected and archived as we go to minimize, to the greatest extent possible, the amount of time that would take us to compile records and documentation when we file for reimbursement. So as it relates to supplies and equipment, to date, the city has spent $776,000. We have $153,000 in current encumbrances, and there's also another $940,000 in pending orders. So overall, that totals to approximately $1.8 million in projected costs in the area of supplies and equipment alone. Of this total, almost $1.2 million is related to information technology equipment and software purchases that were necessary to support the city's transition to virtual service in many areas throughout the city. So as mentioned by both Joyce and Andrew, we're right now in the process of getting information on the variety of different COVID-related funding sources that are becoming available through FEMA, through the CARES Act, and other federal and state grants. Once we have a better understanding of those parameters of each funding stream, we can make recommendations regarding the reimbursement in the cost categories that I mentioned earlier. That's all I have.
Thank you, Amber. Joyce, was there anything else on your end?
The only thing that I would add to that is potential reimbursement through the Relief Act may be those costs related to the pandemic leave that we have supplied to our employees. And that's not included in the numbers that Amber provided.
So the pandemic leave, we are keeping track of the usage and the payout so that we could potentially charge it, Joyce?
Yes, that's correct, Mayor.
Excellent.
Okay, thank you, Joyce. With that, Mayor, I'd like to turn it over to Diana Alarcon. She has been tracking the FTA information that was recently discussed by Andrew. That's changing. I do think that we've got some good news to potentially share there. So, Diana, I'll turn that over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council. As Andrew had mentioned, over $44 million has been programmed through the 5307 Urban Formula for the Tucson region. Today, about an hour ago, we received notice that we actually have been submitted that application to the FTA, and we received notice this morning that we will be awarded that $44 million. So we're bringing to y'all on the next meeting on the 21st a request to allow us to actually start drawing down that money that will go toward paying our operational costs. It allows for the loss of fare box revenue. We know we cannot receive reimbursement for lost fare box, but we can receive reimbursement for operational costs. So we are going to start working through that after we get that item approved by y'all on the 21st, and I'll have more information to come as we work through this with the FTA. But it is good news.
That sounds wonderful. Diana, I just had a question about our transit system. You just mentioned that we cannot use the CARES Act funding, which is part of that $44 million for fare box recovery?
Correct. They will not, because that's an assumption, but they will allow you to use it to pay for any of your operational costs dated back to January 20th, 2020.
And that includes paying the workers?
Yes, ma'am. It includes paying the workers. And that's one of the reasons why we have made the decision not to reduce any of the service levels between Sunlink and Suntran. And of course, Sunvan is currently on an on-demand system, but it allows us to keep our Sunvan workers doing a shared job program right now. And also it'll allow us to assist with the moving of folks from the hospital to a shelter or shelter to shelter. So we are able to keep everybody employed, which we are very excited about.
Can we also make sure that we are getting protective equipment for the drivers, both in Sunvan and Suntran, and draw down from the $44 million from the CARES Act to provide those needs? Because especially with Sunvan, those drivers get pretty close to the customers that they're helping, so gloves and masks. Can we make those available and draw down from the CARES Act to provide those?
Yes, ma'am, we can. We have been providing to date to both our Sunvan and our Suntran drivers gloves, wipes, sanitizer, and Lysol spray on a daily basis. Yesterday, I actually received some masks that we're providing now to Sunvan, but we are having getting a hold of masks has been a bit of a challenge for us, but we have been encouraging the drivers to use a bandana or some form of mask if there are something they may have to provide protection. But that has been a bit of a challenge, and we did have some come available yesterday, which we turned over to our Sunvan drivers, because you're absolutely correct, Mayor. They are more in direct line with assisting folks on and off the vehicles as compared to where we're allowed that we can provide that 6-foot social distancing for our Suntran drivers.
Can we also...
Mayor, I have a question.
Councilmember Fimbres, I will go right to you. Let me ask my final question, and then you're up on the queue. Can we also provide hazard pay to the transit drivers in our community? Either that hazard pay or something that Pima County is calling COVID-19 plus pay. And I think the city manager can talk a little bit about that, but it just, for us to think about in terms of drawing down on the $44 million from the CARES package, because we are asking, especially Sun Van drivers, but I would say SunTran as well, to be providing a service, an essential service, and with some risk of them, contracting COVID-19 because of their service that they provide to the community. So I'm going to be advocating for that to all of our essential workers, including our first responders, but just so that we can start thinking about that potential pay as we start drawing down on the CARES Act funding. And Councilmember Fimbres, you had a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I also echo what you said about the hazardous duty pay that the county is starting implementing this week. That was my other question that I was going to ask about the Sun Van, SunTran drivers that we have. But my also question is, Diana, how do we assure the distancing for most of our youth routes that have lots of folks on there? And what is the occupancy of the bus? How many people are we allowing on these buses now? Because it seems like they're all bunched up and they're not practicing social distancing or wearing masks or gloves, etc. And it scares the bus drivers.
So the bus drivers actually do have a 6-foot clearance from all of the bus passengers. So there is a 6-foot clearance. There's the wheel bed of the vehicle actually sits between the driver and the first seat. So there is plenty of that. There's a total of around 34 spaces on the buses. So if you just, for the sake of social distancing, we're averaging about anywhere from 12 to 15 passengers on there. There have been a few routes where we've had it exceed at peak time, but within 10 to 15 minutes, it's actually back down to where we have less than 10 on the bus. But we are having some difficulty with some folks using using the bus just for trips and not necessarily essential trips. So we've recently, on those heavy routes where we're getting more than 15 or 14 passengers on the bus, we've actually added security so that those folks that are riding that, we can actually recommend to them that they not get on the bus, that this is for essential rides only. We also have that on the front of the bus as well. So if you look at the front of the buses and on the messaging, it says essential rides only. So we're trying to message that. We're trying to encourage folks. We're also doing this at the transit centers where we're reminding folks to social distance, and also if their folks are not there to actually have an essential ride, we are asking them to please move on outside of the transit center. So we are asking folks, we do have folks on the honor system, and we're hoping that people will do that. So we will continue to practice that, and we'll continue to ask folks to practice the 6-foot social distancing.
I have a question. And I would still, so all the bus drivers now have masks and the gloves and the goggles and all the other security equipment they need?
So the Sun Van drivers, we have that, the personal protection, we have provided them with masks now. They have gloves, they have the glasses. They also now have covers, like overall covers. I don't know what they're called, I apologize. But we do have covers for them so that they're protected because they have to interact with the public. For the drivers, for the SunTran drivers, we have provided them with gloves, we've provided them with wipes, we've provided them with sanitizer, and we've provided them with Lysol. We do not have masks yet. We have actually asked for masks. We're trying to buy masks. As soon as they come in, we'll make them available. It's just that the masks are in high demand.
They can bring in their own if they want to, correct?
Most definitely, sir. We're encouraging, and as a matter of fact, SunTran's administrator folks are actually making masks and providing them if the drivers want them. We have some drivers that do prefer it. We actually encourage it. And we have some drivers who prefer not to wear masks, but we are encouraging it.
I appreciate that because there's a lot of young ladies that are bus drivers that are really they're very apprehensive about going to work, and they have a lot of anxiety because they said a lot of people just rush into the buses. How are we controlling the amount of people entering the buses and staying also at the transit centers?
So we are only using rear door entry for the SunTran folks. SunVan's a little bit different, of course, because that's a 13-passenger van to begin with, and all of the entry is at the front. So that's why we gave the protective gear to SunVan versus first over SunTran. We closed the front door entry, so rear door entry. Again, at the transit stations, we have security there as well as supervisors. Again, telling folks, please be mindful that you need to be practicing social distancing. If there's too many folks that need to get on the bus, they're actually holding folks back and putting them on the next bus. So that is currently being monitored on the day end. I will tell you, we have not had that big of an issue at the actual transit stations with the crowding or the concern of crowding. It's on the route itself at the different bus stops when we're picking people up on certain routes. It's as we're going through the route and picking people up that the drivers might feel that there's a little bit of crowding. So on those routes, we've actually now added security just so that they can be monitoring and make sure we don't have folks that are just on the bus to ride the bus for air conditioning and for unessential reasons.
And the bus driver has the authority to allow somebody on the bus or keep them off the bus?
We have asked them, yes, to use common sense. A lot of bus drivers are not comfortable with that, so they notify their supervisor. Supervisor will drive out to the next bus stop and actually board the bus and do it for them. So we have some folks that will act on it. We have some folks that prefer that their supervisor act on it. We'll work either way with the bus drivers.
Thank you, Diana.
You're welcome, sir.
Anything in addition, Councilmember Fimbres?
Not at this time. I think as long as we got to have an urgency to get those masks for the SunTran drivers as soon as we can, and I'm hoping that, I know somebody talked about May, but I think we need to push the urgency on that and get them some, at least one pair, so that they all have remove that anxiety. So.
10-4.
So thank you, Mayor. Diana, anything else on your end?
I think Councilman Steve has a question real quick.
Yeah, thanks. Is any of that money, the federal money that you referenced, going to be used to help balance the shelter capacity of the SunVan RFP that just was awarded?
We have not gotten confirmation on that yet, sir, if we can do that or not do that. But that's not stopping us from providing that service level.
Okay, thanks.
I have nothing more at this time, sir.
Sorry, Steve, I had not heard you be on the call. We're going to have to figure out a way how to ask for the floor. So, Mr. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Diana, anything else on your end? Are there any other questions for Diana or anything that we've covered this far? That's probably the easiest way to do it. Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to Liz Morales. Liz has been working closely with Andrew and our lobbyist to identify and solidify the dollars that are coming to Tucson, and she's got some ideas on how to address some of that. So with that, I'll turn it over to Liz.
Thank you, and Honorable Mayor and Council. Very good to be able to come in front of you to talk about some of the funding we're getting. We have received our letters of award. And as Andrew had shared already, the CDBG is just over $3 million, and the ESG, which stands for Emergency Solutions Grant, which is primarily for serving those who are experiencing homelessness, that's $1,667,000. I'd like to talk first about the ESG money. This given in order to prevent, prepare, and respond to the coronavirus among individuals and families who are homeless. And the way we've prioritized the funding for the first phase, I call it first phase, is to help with the shelters that have congregate shelters. We've heard from the Department of Health that the biggest concern is congregate housing. And so we want to move out persons who might be ill or are at high risk with underlying conditions or are older adults over 60, get them out of the shelters. So we've been working on that process with the county, and we will hopefully have that up and running by the end of the week. Then after that first phase, we will look at how to utilize additional funding from ESG if we get more of that funding. On the CDBG side, it is also given to help those who are as a result of the coronavirus response. And we don't necessarily have a plan yet on the CDBG funds, but we do know what activities we can use them for, which could be eviction prevention, for instance, helping with back rent and utilities that are in arrears that are putting the family in jeopardy of eviction. We can also use it for short-term housing assistance, like our rapid rehousing programs, employment services to help get people back to work, mortgage assistance, and we could also use it to assist small businesses as well. We also know there'll be long-term needs on the homeless outreach and connecting individuals who are sheltered and unsheltered to housing. I will be coming back to council in the very near future. We will need to amend our current consolidated plan action plan, as we'll need to amend that plan and have identify how those funds will be used. We are coordinating with county and the state as we are all getting these similar types of funding sources that will be used in Tucson and Pima County. So what we want to do is avoid duplication and make sure our funds are being used for the biggest impact.
Is there anything else?
Any questions? Sorry. Any questions?
Yeah, so I have a question about this specific item. First of all, congratulations on the money we got. And I think one of the things that's
I have a question.
I think one of the things that's happened here is that we've done this. We've done a really good job protecting people who are kind of living on the edge, if you will. In other words, for folks that live paycheck to paycheck, their rent is going to be deferred. That's a good thing. Like there's no way I'm saying that's wrong. At the same time, we have a situation where we have food services in place, and that's a good thing. We have the stimulus money going to homes, and these are all things that we've got people in place. There are other places where there's a group in this specific area that actually is a niche group. It's not a big chunk of money out of this, but it's something that if we can set aside in the resiliency fund, if it's possible to move some of this money into resiliency, it needs to go to some of the smaller landlords. And I know that landlords is kind of a bad word sometimes, but there are some families where their business is rentals, and they keep keep rentals, and they're making mortgage payments, or supposed to be making mortgage payments, and they take the extra to feed their families. They are not going to be eligible. They may be eligible for PPP depending on if they have employees, but they don't get that. Their employees may be eligible for unemployment, but they don't get that. They may be eligible for an SBA bridge loan, but they're not a bricks and mortar business, so they may not get that. So we have some of I'm talking about the retirees on fixed income that have like one rental, they paid off their condo, and you know what so I don't know how we can formulate it, and there's probably not an algorithm we can put in, but I definitely have spoken to a couple people who are they're not daddy warbucks, and they are landlords, but they are kind of stuck because they're not going to evict anybody, and some of their tenants have no means to pay rent right now, so they have no means to make property tax payments, no means to make mortgage payments. So that's a niche group. It's probably a very small amount in this amount, but if we can find a way to look for that into the resiliency fund, I think it would help us later.
Ward 5 is waiting for a question. Did you want to address that first, Liz?
I think that I'm taking notes, and again, I think there are ways. One of the things I've been reading, Section 8 got an increased funding, not necessarily for new vouchers, but we did get funding to increase operations and to help retain landlords. And I'm thinking, Vice Mayor Cunningham, that might be where we might be able to help in that area.
Perfect. So back to Councilmember Fimbres. Councilmember Fimbres, did you have a question or comment?
Ma'am, I did. Liz, how does the City of Tucson's Housing First policy fit into the CDBG and the ESG funding formula?
Mayor and Councilmember Fimbres, I can tell you that all our contracts require low barrier shelter. So everyone that we're accepting into the what we're calling isolated shelter will be persons. We're not going to have any requirements of being the requirements under Housing First that we're accustomed to. So all our contracts include that language, and they're the same providers that are practicing Housing First.
Okay, and then how does a citizen what's the process for them to apply for this eviction policy so they can't be evicted? And landlords, how does the message get out to the landlords that you just can't kick these people out on the street?
Councilmember Fimbres, the state right now is the one that has the online application for people who are wanting eviction prevention rental assistance. We haven't. That will get funded down to our community action agency, which is Pima County, Sullivan-Jackson Center. So they're operating those funds, but I don't know that those funds have reached Pima County yet, but they are accepting applications from individuals. As far as landlords, understanding that this is not the time to evict, the governor's order did put that in place. That is not something that the City of Tucson that we can implement or enforce.
So when they call our office, we just let them go to Dan Sullivan's one-stop section in Pima County?
Yes. So I would recommend that they go online with Arizona Department of Housing. There is an eviction prevention application. That is where I would recommend it.
Okay, so a lot of my folks don't have computers, don't have internet in their houses, and they live from one paycheck to another. How do we get the message to them?
Let me find out if there's a number for the Department of Housing, and I will share that with all of Mayor and Council so everyone can share that with their constituents.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Liz.
You're welcome.
Any others that have questions on this particular part of the presentation? Councilmember Kozachek.
Yeah, thanks. Liz, first of all, thank you for all the hard work that you and Jason and Jody have done on the shelter work. We've covered a lot of ground in just a short time that isn't possible in normal course of business. Is the 1.6 in ESG money that you just received, is that money that we can use for disaster relief for hotel vouchers?
Mayor and Councilmember Kozachek, I will say that's the money I will be targeting and using first for this effort for the hotel motel support.
Okay. And you expect the contracts to be hotels by the end of this week?
Yes. We actually have the service provider contracts and the hotel contracts almost finalized. Our goal is to start moving people at the end of the week. By Friday is our goal. And we think we'll have the contracts in place, if not today, by tomorrow.
Moving them from where?
I'm sorry. Phase one, moving them from the shelters to the isolated location. And so that's our first group. And then we'll continue to work, for instance, with our outreach teams and PTD to help identify other people who might not be in the shelters that are in those situations. We need to get them isolated.
Okay. I think this is as good a time as any just to toss this out. We had a policy in place, sort of informally, not moving people out of encampments and parks until last night. And last night, the policy was changed so that evidently we are going to be moving them out. Salvation Army had a positive. A person person who was staying there last Friday, but the person was asymptomatic for several days before he was tested, and so was interacting with other people within that shelter. Those people are all now out in the community. They're out in the parks. They're out in those encampments. And I don't think it makes any sense at all for us to implement a new policy of saying we're going to bust up those camps until we have the capacity, the shelter capacity ready that Liz has been working on for the last few weeks to get in place through this RFP.
Liz, do you feel that we are prepared now that the park and homeless protocol has been reactivated? Do you think that we are prepared to move into providing a safe space for those homeless members that that we are recommending that they not gather in our parks?
Mayor, I will let you know that we're working closely with our TPD and our parks to try to identify resources and making sure that as people do need to get into isolation, I've shared with the Chief Magnus that, you know, if we'll do what we can until the providers and hotels are up and running. So we are going to work together as we always do to ensure we identify any concerns of anyone who might be sick or at high risk. We will start helping them as soon as possible.
And you said we were working with Pima County on this issue.
Pima County, the Sullivan Jackson Center is going to act as our shelter hub. They are going to be the ones completing the eligibility and entering the data and referring people to the right locations, whether it be existing shelters or to the hotels that we have selected.
Councilmember Kosacik, did you have any additional questions?
Yeah, I did. I just want to make it clear that, Liz, I understand, we all get that we're doing the best we can. EPD has been working actively with this population. They have actually found housing for 4. They are actively working with 7 more. My only point is for us to start breaking up these encampments before we have hotel space to move them into is going to run completely counter to our efforts to avoid community spread.
Mayor, maybe I can help. So Councilman Kosacik and I had a conversation about this. I'll follow up with the chief as well, make sure that we understand the challenges that are out there. The intent, quite frankly, was not to institute the homeless protocol. It's really to enforce the sleeping in the parks. I think there was a big challenge in folks moving into the parks in just the last several days. But Councilmember Kosacik's point is well taken. With the recent case that we know of, and there's probably others that we don't know of, we do need to be very mindful and be careful that we're not just pushing these folks around in the community. So I'll have a follow-up discussion with the chief.
Well, and that's why I'm asking if we're working with the Pima County Health Department, because I agree that we shouldn't be moving people out of sites and parks and camps without having at least the access for them to be housed somewhere. But the reason I'm asking about Pima County Health Department is because we need to know if homeless communities have the symptoms and then test them and then put them, quarantine them appropriately with the appropriate medical attention that they deserve. And so I just wonder, Liz or Michael, if I agree that we should have a space for them if we are breaking up their campsites. But I also think we need to take it further and making sure that there is a way of checking to see if they've contracted COVID-19 because of the potential spread that can happen.
Mayor, Liz, as you go out, and I know that part of the conversation with the PD was for your navigators to go out and do some of that and have those conversations up front, and that's still the intent. I think to answer your question directly, I'm not sure that I can tell you with absolute certainty that the health department's involved in this. Liz, have you all engaged with the health department as you've gone out and done your navigator work?
Pima County Health Department is very much involved in our meetings, but I will tell you who's working with us out in the parks is actually El Rio. So we have El Rio medical staff who go out with our outreach team and are talking and educating and also providing whatever medical assistance they can on the spot. So Pima County Health Department is very much involved as far as understanding the protocols and how we're working.
Liz, is that El Rio's medical screening of folks that they're working with, the navigators?
Councilmember Fimbres, it is the group that does all the healthcare for homeless. They get paid to do that.
Okay. So they are being screened?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, and I apologize. I want to let you know they're screening them, but I'm not sure if it's the same screening you're talking about. But they are providing some medical screening.
Okay.
Mayor, one other point that's, I think, important, and as we're going out, please keep in mind that some of this population, even maybe the majority of them, do not want services. They do not want to take advantage of some of the services, but we're certainly going to continue to push those services for these folks. But just keep in mind that they're known to some of these providers, and they aren't necessarily looking to participate. So we'll stay on it. I think the PD as well as housing have formed a good partnership there, and then El Rio's involvement will help to at least make sure these folks are offered the appropriate services.
Thank you. Councilmember Santa Cruz?
So again, I also wanted to thank everybody for all the work that they've been putting into this, especially Liz, thank you for being on these daily meetings, trying to figure out how we work with our nonprofit partners. I know that my staff has been part of listening on those conversations and us trying to figure out how best to support. My question right now to you is, how are we using this emergency response as an opportunity to create more of the long-term housing stability that we need, so that we're not just responding to the crisis at hand, but how are we thinking about this long-term? Is that, how are you thinking about that right now?
Mayor and Councilmember Santa Cruz, that is such a good question, and this is something that many of us working in both Pima County and here my team in the city, is that this is going to change us and how we respond going forward. How do we operationalize this more streamlined way of reaching out to people? We've had to do a lot of waivers. HUD has granted many waivers in order for us to respond quickly. So the question is, will HUD, reinstitute some of those requirements, which could make us have to go back to some of our old processes. But I do think we are looking at how we can make these responses more timely. Again, this is not going to be over in 3 months. We know that the impact for especially the more vulnerable and people at the lower income scale are going to be hit for long term. So we're going to have to look at long term solutions to really support this segment of our community.
Thank you.
I just want to follow up on that question from Councilmember Santa Cruz. We have $3.6 million from CDBG funds and $1.6 million in emergency assistance funds. We do have an opportunity, Liz, to think about immediate emergency assistance, but hopefully use our regular CDBG funds to think about the long-term affordability issue and how we can invest those, the regular allocation that we will be receiving for CDBG on long-term affordable housing solutions for the city of Tucson. We had started this conversation before, back in January, And I think this is a perfect opportunity to think long-term in terms of affordable, long-term home ownership, but also long-term affordable housing options for seniors and families, and housing first solutions, as well as the disabled community. So I just wanted to reiterate that thought that Councilmember Santa Cruz brought up, so that we can think beyond the emergency, which is very difficult to do right now, and you're doing an amazing job. But start thinking of how we think long-term. Are there any additional questions by my colleagues for Liz?
Yeah, I want to follow up.
Councilmember Kozaczek.
Yeah, thanks. Responding to a question that the mayor asked and Mike answered, all of the shelters have screening tools. The screening tool was put together through a cooperative effort between El Rio, between Z-Mansion, and between Liz's staff. Most of those shelters, though, are in a shelter-in-place situation where even if somebody shows up at their door, they're feeding them, they're sending them away. They're not letting more people in right now because of what's going on. Those are the people, and as far as the Salvation Army situation is concerned, there was a test given. It was a positive test. That person was mingling with the rest of the residents in Salvation Army for a series of days before he was symptomatic. That person is now being treated through El Rio. So the situation of sending people back out into these encampments and having Liz's navigators and TPD approach them and talk to them about services. Number one, both the navigators and TPD must have PPE right now because we know that there is an active positive case and more out in those encampments. Number two, it doesn't make sense to spread them around until we have those hotel rooms in place.
Concurred. I believe that Councilmember Durham has an update on the work that he has been doing for the elderly care providers, and so I'd like to open that up to Councilmember Durham for a report. And I know that you have a list of needs, Councilmember, for these communities.
Yes, we are coordinating with regular updates, non-residential care providers to ensure that the City of Tucson is aware of their needs and can assist them. We're reaching out to residential care providers to learn about their needs. I'll discuss each in turn briefly. The non-residential care providers identified a number of needs. My staff is happy and for thorough review to each of you if you would like. The main needs focus on the expanding and deepening food insecurities, the lack of PPE, and isolation, including digital isolation, and the need to get information about end-of-life resources. We're continuing to reach out to non-residential, we're continuing to reach out to residential care providers, but the initial feedback we're hearing is that many still have questions relating to practices within facilities. While they have received a general guidance about increasing the sanitation practice and limiting visitors, there are more detailed questions. Should they such as, should they be taking in new clients at this time? Where additional advice from subject matter experts would be very helpful. Quite frankly, my office has not yet been able to get the subject matter experts to return our phone calls. We continue to work on this, and I ask for any assistance that my colleagues, the mayor and council, may be able to offer.
Thank you, Councilmember Durham. We have been, and thank you for your leadership on this particular item. And I think you have calls every day or every other day with the elder care providers, and I appreciate the information. Your office has sent me information on the needs of elder care providers in our city, and that has been forwarded to Pima County, the health department, as well as the administrator, Chuck Huckleberry, has received that information. We have not received an action plan from the county in terms of how they're going to help these nonprofit organizations, but we will follow up. I understand that the city manager has daily briefings with city managers across Pima County and the county administrator, and so that is something that can be mentioned there so that we receive those. I think it's very important to have a liaison to this group from Pima County or Pima County Health Department, and so we will continue to pursue those needs for the elder care provider community.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, this is Councilmember Fiennes.
Your sentiment is because you saw recently on Monday's paper the zip code number and Ward includes a lot of Ward 5 residents, but that's because of residential senior housing facilities and the Sapphire, which was the county facility. How are we getting assurances? What safe practices are they maintaining to ensure that the citizens that are housed in those facilities are being taken care of? That's another question we need to ask the county.
Absolutely, and I lead a call with Pima County mayors and the Pima County administrator has been joining us for the last week and a half in our calls, and Dr. Garcia jumps in every once in a while, as well as Jan Lesher, and Pima County assures us that they're in constant communication with these facilities, especially those that have been impacted by COVID-19 cases. And so we are doing everything we possibly can to lead the county health department to the hot spots or the areas that we have been hearing from the community and from different nonprofit organizations. So if you have specific requests or specific areas that you would want the county to focus on, let's make sure that those come to me and the city manager so that we can share that information with the Pima County Health Department and the county administrator. Any other questions? Okay, I think that our city attorney has a comment or information.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. In order to facilitate and expedite the effort that Liz has been describing to secure the hotel accommodations, particularly for the homeless population, I want to make it clear and would ask that the mayor and council make it clear on the record through a motion that the city manager or the manager's designee is authorized to go ahead and execute the agreements that are being negotiated with the different hotels to provide that shelter space. This is a very fast-moving project, and we're trying to get those agreements in place this week rather than have to bring them back at a future council meeting for your approval. I would just ask for a motion that makes it clear that the manager and or the designee, which in this case will be Liz, has the signature authority to move forward with those and similar agreements. Included within that, just for the mayor and council's information, we've also been working on negotiating an agreement for a hotel sheltering space for City of Tucson employees who may be required to self-isolate based on an exposure to a COVID-19 positive patient, or they may have a member of their household who tests positive. And so we're working those agreements out as well, and we'd like to be able to move forward with those without having to process through the council agenda.
So may I have a motion?
Yeah, I'll certainly do that, and I would suggest, Mike, that you also add into that signature authority for the RFP we're working on for transport services.
I hardly heard that.
He would like that it would also add into the authority on the RFP process for transport services.
Transport workers?
No, transport services for the for transporting sick people who are discharged or from hospitals.
I'll second his motion, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so there is a motion and a second, if I heard correctly. So there's a motion and a second. I think we have to have a voice vote, right?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Santa Cruz,
So just say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
Aye.
Mr. Durham.
Aye. Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
I didn't hear Nikki.
Mrs. Lee.
Sorry, we already got 4 anyway.
Okay.
Mr. Fimbres.
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek.
Yes.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Already, you have the authority to move forward.
I have a question for Durham.
Councilmember Kozaczek?
Yeah, question for Durham. Be careful with that knife, by the way. You mentioned subject matter experts that you had reached out to and were asking for suggestions for. Who have you reached out to, and what are you looking? What kind of services are you looking for assistance with?
I'll have to get back to you on that. My staff did it.
Okay.
All righty. Is there any additional?
She did vote aye.
She did vote aye?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any additional information on this item?
Mayor, that would conclude the overview of the COVID-19 and the stimulus dollars associated with that, as well as how we're organizing around the staff to make that work. I think you know now the magnitude of what we're working on, and we've got a great team that's really exploring all options and opportunities, not only to maximize dollars coming to the community, but looking for ways to be creative on how we can reimburse some of our expenses.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. There's an additional couple of questions on this item. Vice Mayor Cunningham and then Councilmember Santa Cruz.
I want to make sure, have we already certified in the portal? The Treasury portal launched yesterday. I just want to make sure somebody put in our DUNS number, our EIN number, our route, you put in your routing number and all.
Oh, yeah.
You had to do that. I think they opened it yesterday at like 4 our time.
Mayor, Vice Mayor Cunningham, I believe that's already happened. However, the mayor will certify that she is the chief executive that has been given authorization to do exactly what you just outlined. That is due on Friday. She will sign the letter today along with the resolution.
Okay.
Councilmember Santa Cruz?
Yeah, so some of my overall questions as we're wrapping up the item is if we can start thinking of a mechanism the way that we're doing around housing or talking around our homeless population, where we can be doing a community needs assessment with our neighborhood leaders, our small businesses, our nonprofits, and community members electronically to start capturing a lot of this data of what the needs are on the ground, so that then we're in a better place to address them in the short term, but then also in the long term, so that we're really kind of setting, like a mechanism and infrastructure to be able to capture some of that data. And then the other piece is, I think it would be very beneficial if we dedicated more marketing and resources doing like public awareness campaigns. And I know that the mayor's office has been doing that with the daily videos. But the thing that was alarming for me once the zip codes were released is like there's not enough information in Spanish or bilingual, like available bilingually for folks. And then that maybe even when we're doing a lot of these videos as a city that we're thinking about adding text to the videos as well, or even like just like a narrative with the text so that people who can't hear or hard of hearing are able to still, or sign are still able to understand the information. So just trying to get us to think about that.
I have a question, Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead, Councilmember Fimbres.
Per the actions taken by this mayor and council on March 24th, 2020 study session and meeting, as well as the Governor Doug Ducey's extending the timeline of his COVID-19 executive order to go to April 30th. Ours goes to April 17th. Should I make a motion that we extend it to meet the governor's executive order so we're coinciding with what they're doing?
Do we need a motion, Mr. City Attorney?
Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Fimbres, no motion is required. The actions of the council on March 24th confirmed your agreement that we are in a continuing state of emergency and that the mayor's emergency powers under the charter and statute continue to flow during this time. Councilmember Fimbres, you're absolutely right about the times that are within the respective executive order of the governor and the mayor's emergency proclamations. And if needed, the mayor has the authority without any additional motion to extend the dates as may be needed.
Right, one thing that we were discussing with Pima County Health Department this morning in our call was precisely what dates do we abide by, right? There's an April 30th date that the governor put on his executive order, and but the thought is that the stay-at-home order will be prolonged. The CDC is not ready to lift that April 30th. And so it will be moving, Councilmember Fimbres, and we will move it to a rolling date. We'll move it to the end of April 30th, but I'm envisioning that it might need additional extensions after the 30th.
Okay, so we don't need a motion at this time, but we are cognizant of the timeframes, the dates that the governor has and we have.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Anything else? So I requested that items 3 and 4 be open at the same time and discussed at the same time. I have been discussing about the idea of creating a resiliency fund for the city of Tucson. It's a 3-pronged approach to helping our community. One leg of the stool is workers and their families. Another leg of the stool is nonprofits. And then there is the small businesses leg of the economic resiliency and the resiliency fund. And so what I wanted to discuss today was what are the immediate impacts that small businesses are receiving, and how are we planning as a city of Tucson, how are we planning an economic recovery, and how do we immediately get ourselves to work and partner with different organizations like the Tucson Metro Chamber, with the Community Foundation for Southern Arizona, the City of Tucson IDA, the Pima County IDA and their Community Investment Corporation, and the City of Tucson Economic Initiatives Office to put to work funds for small businesses. Now, what I'd like to focus on right now is the small businesses portion of the Resiliency Fund, where we can have a coordinated effort with all of the groups that I just mentioned and the City of Tucson to put some money out there to work in conjunction with the partnerships that I mentioned. So that I'd like for the city manager to expand on this conversation and be able to present to mayor and council the opportunities that we've worked on recently that will allow the City of Tucson and the Business Development Finance Corporation to put some money out there into small businesses. Mr. City Manager?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. And on the screen is a graphic that depicts the three legs of the stool. The one on the very right is the small business that you mentioned, the small business opportunities. Keeping in mind that we continue to get asked when will the economy recover, and obviously it'll recover to some level on its own, but if there's opportunity for us to shore it up, then that's really the conversation we're trying to have now. So with that, Mayor, with your indulgence, I'd like to turn it over to Barbara Coffey, our Economic Development Director. She has been working this issue virtually nonstop for several weeks now, and she can give you an update, and then we can talk through some opportunities as she runs that down. So Barbara, you on?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mike, and good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of council. So the last 4 weeks, our economic development team has been entirely focused on small business systems. The discussion today is an important in order to provide further financial relief to our small business community that has been so hard hit. We have been in conversation with the mayor's office about how best to supplement the federal programs for disaster relief. The idea of offering a 0% loan program locally is what we have been talking about. To that end, we went to our partner, Business Development Finance Corporation, who has managed the city's small business loan funds for over 30 years. We currently have $500,000 in existing loan fund balances that we can immediately make available to small businesses by directing BDFC to utilize these funds to make both Paycheck Protection Program loans and also direct loans at 0% in response to the negative impacts of COVID-19. In addition, you could consider allocating an additional $500,000 by authorizing a loan to BDFC in that amount to increase the capacity of the loan program. Eligibility requirements for this 0% loan program could be targeted toward our most vulnerable, locally owned small businesses, including contractors and sole proprietors. We would, of course, come back to you at next week's council meeting with a resolution authorizing an agreement that would spell out these terms and conditions for the loan program if that's the direction that you choose to pursue. The loan to BDFC for the additional $500,000 allocation would be repaid to the city potentially within 2 years and likely sooner than that, 6 to 9 months. That makes it a very low-risk opportunity for us to enhance our loan fund capacity so that we can provide short-term relief that our businesses need right now. I do have, so that you know, Gary Melinda is on the meeting call. He's president of Business Development Finance Corporation, and that way, when we have questions, he can help us understand these programs even better. But I want to point out that there are a variety of other microloan programs available to businesses, most notably the Community Investment Corporation microloans, Growth Partners Arizona Small Business Success Loans. They offer a range of options, loan amounts as low as $1,000. And the crowd-funded loan programs through Lease Funder and Kiva Tucson are also now available, which offer yet another option for businesses that have very little credit history. And I will share with you to round out my comments today about our full economic recovery plan. We have right now engaged 7 city employees from other departments to assist us as small business navigators. 5 of those are Spanish speaking. We will be enhancing our outreach to Spanish-speaking business owners through a proactive approach. We'll be reaching out to reward offices and engaging stakeholders in the Spanish-speaking business community to help inform our efforts to engage more effectively with the monolingual Spanish speakers through radio and social media channels where they are already connected. In the past 4 weeks, we have fielded over 100 calls from small businesses seeking answers to questions and offering referrals to resources. We host a weekly webinar every Monday at 3 p.m., average more than 80 people on the first 4 webinars each time. And we've had more than 500 viewers on the recorded versions posted on the city's YouTube channel. We've used our website, ConnectTucson.com, to share resources and updates with our small business community, and our navigators will still be answering the small business hotline at 837-4100 in order to continue providing support during this pandemic. We're proactively reaching out to major employers in our city to check in on them and assess their impacts as well. And along with that, our first web-based survey of businesses gave us some key insights of how COVID-19 is impacting our local business community. We had more than 300 businesses respond. In just a few notable trends, a third of the businesses reported being closed of those surveyed, most still able to receive a majority of supplies and services that they need to operate, and most still able to deliver or ship goods and services. More than 80% are paying their employees even if they are unable to work right now. 85%, though, report decreases in weekly revenue, and 62% do not have standing lines of credit. 24% say they will make permanent reductions to their workforce in the next 3 months. So in addition to the small business assistance efforts as we round out our recovery, I think it would be wise to consider a few other things to assist with keeping development activity moving forward. Scott Clark and I, with Planning and Development Services, have talked about the idea of permit and impact fee relief. We've talked about creating other tools such as the adaptive reuse program and the renewal of the Central Business District to keep those tools in our toolbox for promoting growth and development as we come through this crisis. We will also work to identify where federal tools such as the Economic Development Administration's matching grant programs can assist recovery where possible. And so with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Barbara. I just want to thank you for your continued work with my office as we put together the concept of the resiliency plan and being able to make yourself available and bringing in the BDFC and the Tucson Metro Chamber and all of the other partners that we want to help coordinate a unified plan as much as we possibly can so that for the benefit of our small businesses. I think that we need to take immediate steps to provide economic support as well as a coordinated approach to a systematic and sustainable approach to economic development. So I'd like to open up the floor for my colleagues to see if there's any questions. There's on the table, as Barbara has presented to us, is the opportunity to continue our partnership as a city with the BDFC and activate $500,000 that is there for small locally owned business loans with a 0% interest rate, and the opportunity to add another $500,000 to this effort. Even though it's $1 million, it's a small effort, but it's just one of the tools that we can potentially have in our toolbox to continue with economic recovery, because this particular pandemic has hit our small locally owned businesses really very hard. And so just want to open it up if there are any additional questions. Vice Mayor.
So we've had a few extensive meetings on some of the small business relief. And quite frankly, small businesses come in so many different packages. Some of them have storefronts, some of them don't. Some of them are mobile. Some of them are retail, some of them are service-based. Some of them are sole proprietorships that are not incorporated. Some of them are still small businesses but have 80 employees and occupy 12 acres. And they're all kind of in the same boat. They all have different needs. Some of them's primary priorities are their employees. They have priorities to their families. They have priorities to their community and to their customers. And so the hardest thing to do is to find a way to find relief for them and know walking in that it is not one size fits all. It is not, there is no silver bullet. There's no quick algorithm that we can make that can provide the relief we need. So everything that we do, everyone else is probably doing. If you go around the country to take a look at the cities and how they're supporting their local economies, they have grassroots programs, they have workshops in their chamber helping them apply for PPP, they have mayors and vice mayors from around the country calling the governors, talking about unemployment access to ensure that workers in their cities can apply for it. Those are all the things, and God bless the federal government. Good for them for passing the relief funds and doing that. So for me, as we've gone down the road of this process, what can Tucson do? What makes us unique? I ask that question all the time. You know, I've been talking about for a couple of years, as people know who know me, I've been talking about eventually setting a goal to make health care for all children in the city limits available universally. I've said we can do it. And I said it would make Tucson unique. It would make Tucson special. It's a lofty goal, and I've never really spoken that publicly about it because I wanted to make sure we really could. But now isn't the time to hold back on things like that. What's going to make us unique? Well, this $1 million into the resiliency fund is just a start. I think we go to the private community and say, hey, if you want to put your money somewhere, put it in the resiliency fund. I think we go to them and say, I think we go to HUD and we say, hey, we appreciate the money that we're getting to help with our housing, but can we put a little into the resiliency fund? We go to the FTA, we say, hey, thanks for the money for the transit, but we've got to put a little into the resiliency fund. And if we can kind of cobble together a very robust amount, and we're very, I don't want to say stingy, but if we're very prudent with it, we can probably make it last so that everybody's going to stay afloat. People are going to keep their doors open. People are going to be able to survive and subside until we start moving into the direction of going back to work. So first of all, Mayor, I just want to commend you guys for setting up the concept of the resiliency fund, understanding the three different major groups we have. But on the small business side, it's going to take more than that. We're going to have to come up with that criteria. I think we can partner with Rio Nuevo. I think we can partner with the CIC, which I think we're already going to do. I also think one of the biggest issues we're having right now, it sounds to me, from what I'm getting the feedback from some of the small businesses is, as they go for their PPP loans, it's getting stopped up in the banking process. So let's take a look at which banks are having those problems and talk to them about that. I mean, we bring, who do we bank with? I should know that. Are we B of A, boss?
Joyce, I know you're on. I don't want to go on a limb here. I thought it was B of A, but can you confirm that?
Pretty sure we are.
I think it's Bank of
Joyce?
America.
How about Wells Fargo?
Wells Fargo.
So here's a really good example. Wells Fargo, we carry a $40 million account. They're having the biggest problem. We should take our business elsewhere if they're not going to be able to come through for our businesses in this crisis. I'm sorry. I don't give a crud about Wells Fargo. They're not good community partners. They jam people on fees. They open fraudulent accounts. They're part of the problem. So that's kind of my message, is we need our banks to be responding. I've had 4 different SBA small businesses complain directly to me about their process, specifically with Wells Fargo. So this is the issue. This is just and that's just scratching the surface. So our sole proprietors, all these folks who are either applying for PPP or they're applying for 1099 relief, we don't know how this 1099 relief is going to work exactly, and I'm really worried about the 1099ers. I know that the president said independent contracts will be able to apply. He didn't say they were going to get it. We don't know how much those are going to run out. And those 1099ers, and these are the people that work maybe 30, 40, 50 hours a week, and they maybe drive an Uber as a 1099 employee. They maybe they sell art, they're an artist and a local artisan, and they're running on fumes right now. They're probably one of the most vulnerable in this situation. That's exactly what the resiliency fund is for. It's also for the folks that have a restaurant, and just because their PPP is open and they're able to pay back some of their employees or some of their employees, it doesn't mean they're not going to make they're going to be able to make their commercial lease payments and mortgage payments. And what about the restaurants that took that risk and actually own their dirt? What about the restaurants that aren't on a commercial lease that bought their dirt because they invest in our community? And their bank isn't, I bet you their bank, if they got their commercial mortgage through Wells Fargo, I bet you they're not saying, hey, you can't have it. So those are some of my thoughts right there. I think we put this money in the resilience fund and we try to build it as robust as possible. And we develop a series of criterion for different parts of the city. You know, if you're in the CBD, you'll have this. And if you're in, if you're east of this area and you're in an empowerment zone, you can get this, this, and this. And it's going to be kind of a puzzle. It's going to be a little bit of a process. We don't need to be in a hurry. We need to be quick, but we don't need to be in a hurry. Let's make sure we have the criterion right on the small business end. So those are my comments for this morning. I want to support the mayor's idea to move the first $500,000 and then ultimately that second $500,000 into the resilience fund.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. I really appreciate it. I think that we've started, Barbara started out with an initial definition of what the funds will, the small businesses that are going to be able to access this amount, which is the locally owned sole proprietor small business in Tucson. Those are the 1099ers and those that are most vulnerable and have been impacted the most by this pandemic. I know I have Council Member Durham that's waiting for to ask questions and comments, and then we'll go to Council Member Fimbres. Council Member Durham?
I've heard from small businesses and nonprofits who had tremendous difficulty applying for the CARES PPP loans. I think it's important for the City of Tucson to look to provide an additional pathway for those that may be locked out of these loan options. I think it's very important that that 501c3s are eligible. My office recently spoke with the CEO of Live Theater Workshop, who shared some challenges applying for the CARES PPP loan. Specifically, that often these loan applications are written with businesses in mind. A nonprofit must intuit how to answer questions such as who owns 20% of the organization. They don't translate for their contexts. I expect that we will provide a product with greater ease for our nonprofits to participate successfully.
Mr. City Manager?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Durham, I'm not clear on the specific question there. Would you mind telling me exactly what it was you were looking for? I didn't follow it, and I apologize.
I think it's important that the CARES PPP loans are only for current customers of the bank. And that's where I think we've got a real problem.
Yeah.
I see. Mr. Durham, what we'll do is as we start to craft through the ongoing relationship with BDFC, assuming that's where the council would like us to go, we can include that as part of the criteria. Keep in mind that some of the challenges are the folks that don't have relationships with banks for whatever reason, and that's why I wanted you to clarify that, because if the intent is to look at those areas where we already have, or BDFC already has relationships, that's one thing, but there is also a lot of other need out there. In our conversations with BDFC, with Mr. Melinda, I understand that he has over $1 million now in requests from various small business owners and operators. So we'll certainly work towards trying to craft something that can capture the vast majority of those. Thank you.
Yeah, and Councilmember Durham, I agree completely with you that many small businesses are having lots of difficulty with banks and not having a relationship with banks. I heard this morning from NPR that Bank of America has already declared that they will not be doing business with small businesses for the PPP that do not have a previous relationship with Bank of America. And that's why this particular funding going to the BDFC in partnership with the Resiliency Fund is so important, because this will provide funding for a gap that there's in the stimulus and the CARES package that will provide fast relief immediately. Even though it's a loan, it's a 0% loan, and it is through a local organization that has traditionally put funding into small locally owned businesses. So this particular funding will help with that. I know that I had Councilmember Fimbres on standby. I believe Councilmember Lee was there. I think she removed her. Okay, Councilmember Lee is no longer in line to speak, but so let's go with Councilmember Fimbres, and then Councilmember Kozaczek is also in line to speak.
Madam Mayor, I want to make a motion that for this issue, we must take immediate steps to provide economic support to help small businesses, employees, individuals, and families directly affected by the COVID-19. And the Resiliency Fund will be a key part of the city's overreaching recovery strategy. In addition to the existing UDAG fund for $500K available for loans to help small businesses that the city has with BDFC, I move to the new allocation of an additional $500K to be added to the UDAG fund program in partnership with BDFC for additional loans for small businesses in coordination with the Resiliency Fund and the City Manager's Office and the City of Tucson's Economic Initiative Office.
So there's a motion.
I'll second.
There's a second.
There's a motion and a second. Any additional discussion? And I believe Councilmember Kozaczek is in line to speak.
Yep. First of all, back to something Paul Cunningham had said earlier. I think, don't we have a relationship for the local lending with Compass Bank? I know we have an allocation to a local.
I think we have an employee lending program for.
Councilmember Kozaczek, you're right. We deviated some of the funds that we had in Wells Fargo. I believe it was $10 million, and we put it into Alliance Bank, which is a local bank.
Right, Alliance. Okay, so that money is there, and they've been doing. At least the last time we had a report from them, they were doing a really good job of allocating it to small locals. So we ought to coordinate with them as well. They're already doing what we're talking about doing. Another question is, doesn't the IDA also have about $500,000 sitting waiting to be invested?
The City of Tucson IDA?
And Mayor, Councilmember Kozaczek, this is Barbara. So we do know that the Tucson IDA has allocated also $500,000 towards loan programs for disaster relief through the Business Development Corporation. That's correct.
So you combined between BDFC and the IDA, there is $1 million sitting there already.
That's correct.
Okay. would that not then constitute the extra $500,000 we're talking about, so that we're kind of inching our way into this? There's nothing to say we can't do it later, but we're about to have a budget discussion that might get kind of ugly.
So Mayor, Councilman Kovacevic, the idea certainly is one that we know is this recovery is going to take us a while. So knowing that there is already a queue of just over $1 million in small business loans, mostly averaging about $30,000 to $50,000 a piece, that BDFC has been taking initial requests for, that first $1 million will certainly get utilized quickly. So I think it is important to fund, and the ability to do this in the manner that they suggest, which is the loan, means that we will get repaid very quickly. And so in a short amount of time, a year, possibly up to 2 years, that money would come back to the city. So it gives us a low-risk opportunity to enhance what we're able to do.
So I heard you say that earlier, and that was another one of the questions I have. But we're talking about businesses that are already struggling to make payroll. How are you so sure that we're going to get this payment back within a short period of time? That's one. And secondly, maybe Gary can speak to this. I think you said he was on the call. Specifically, how is the money going to be used? Who oversees it? Who's eligible? Speak to the basic fiscal management pieces of this. And finally, where is this extra $500,000 coming from?
Fantastic. I will ask, I know Gary is on the line, and I think he can share the mechanics of this that make it a viable program. Gary, if you can unmute yourself.
Mayor, while Gary is unmuting himself, to Councilmember Kozachik's point, if the council asked for this to be accomplished, I would recommend that it be taken from our contingency, which is our cash carry forward from prior years. So it would be the dollars that we have in our fund balance.
And while he's unmuting, if we allocate those dollars to BDFC for this purpose, once they're repaid, do they go back into our fund balance, our cash carry forward, or are they gone?
Mayor, Councilmember Kozachik, as I think Barbara outlined, the expectation would be that we would craft a repayment within 2 years. My expectation would be that those dollars would be placed back into cash carry forward or fund balance.
Okay, as long as that's clear. And to another one of the points that Cunningham made, Rio and Nuevo already has a grant process. It's $2.5 million they're doing for local businesses. That's grants, that's not loans.
Mayor, I think Councilman Kozachik is referring to the grant dollars that are coming from SBA, and that is something that Gary can go into, because I believe that's what he's counting on for an opportunity to repay us quicker. So Gary, why don't you give it a shot and try to address that, and if Councilman Kozachik, we didn't address your issue, we can do that after.
Before Gary starts, I see Steve shaking his head no. I think we didn't hear you very well, Steve, so I don't know, something's happening with your audio. Did I hear that the Rio Nuevo has already created a fund for district businesses? So are you saying that the possibility of having these funds be outside of the Rio Nuevo district?
Steve always does that.
I don't know what Paul just said, but Cunningham said that they could maybe partner with us. My only point was they are already putting a grant program together, so they're doing their piece.
Right. So
I think what their program involved, I think there's something to do with the Volvo membership, the 2.1 million for the Volvo.
No.
It's just a grant program. It's an RFP grant program.
Oh, for Rio Nuevo, you mean?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So they're taken care of. That's a piece that's already taken care of. So I'm sorry, Gary, that I got in front of you, but if you'd like to answer the questions that council member and others have, the floor is yours.
I think he's trying to unmute, but I'm not sure he's able to do it himself.
He would have to hit star 6.
Star 6.
Well, while he's doing that, okay, never mind.
We can hear you, Gary. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Manager. Mayor Romero, members of council, Gary Melinda, Business Development, Finance Corporation. Excellent discussion today. I do want to just hit the basics. Business Development Finance Corporation is a nonprofit formed here in Tucson with the assistance of the city in 1979, and as mentioned, have managed these revolving loan funds for many years. It's always been a direct lending program with economic development objectives of job creation for low and moderate income households and so forth. So the request here is to take advantage of the extraordinary benefits to businesses of the PPP, which the council is very well versed in. Just so it's clear, we are an SBA PPP lender. We've already authorized over $550,000 of PPPs in Tucson and about $1.2 million around the state. So we have a pipeline, as Barbara described, and we're standing by to fund the additional requests, which are everything from the 1099 contractor, which we can do now, to the nonprofit that was described earlier, that is in the queue. We're just waiting on funding. So we really appreciate your consideration of this request. To Mr. Kozachik's question, the sources of repayment for all of the lenders is threefold. Number one, these are forgivable loans to the business if they use the funds to pay their employees. So the mayor has described very clearly resiliency fund that talks about coming back from this, surviving the short term. So those businesses and nonprofits that can retain their key staff, that's an important thing. Keep them off unemployment rolls is a very, very important thing. So this does that. So this is, as a forgivable loan, it's basically a grant. So they will never pay that loan back. When it comes back, is once the business or the nonprofit documents their payroll, they use the funds consistent with the plan program. We forgive the loan, and then we submit to SBA. They pay us. They return the funds. If we make a $25,000 loan, it's forgiven. It's met the requirements. Those funds will come back from the Treasury or SBA to BDFC as the lender, who will in turn return it back to the revolving loan fund as it's received. This is 8 weeks of payroll support, and then we'll start documenting after that. So as Barbara described, we think a good portion of the funds will be back within 6 months based on that source. If they don't use the money, or part of it, let's say, they don't use for eligible uses, it becomes a loan, a 2-year term loan, no payments for 6 months, and the interest rate is 1%. So second way you all pay back is the business makes the payment and cover the loan, the funds within 2 years. The third way is there's a default. You don't pay the loan back. Well, we have a 100% guarantee from the SBA, and after doing some paperwork to verify what happened, request payment on the guarantee from the SBA. They will remit those funds to BDFC as the lender, and we'll remit them back up to the city ROF. So essentially 100%. You have all of the majority of the money will basically come from the federal government, and for the benefit of our Tucson small business.
So Gary, that's a really good explanation, and I appreciate it. I have 2 questions. One is, you said you're waiting on funding, but Barb said that you've got $500,000, so you've got some money that you could be working with. And the second question is there anything within the SBA rules that would prevent what Mike Ortega just said happening, and that is that the city puts this $500,000 in it winds up coming back to us once it's repaid or recouped by BDFC?
Well, we would need authority from direction of the city to use the existing cash for these PPP loans would be number one. So if we receive that direction, we will immediately start processing loans consistent with the direction of staff, council. So we'll go as soon as you say go. We hope to close with the Tucson IDA on their $500,000 this week. We're hoping, we believe our affiliate growth partners will fund tomorrow. So we should have cash back in the account one way or the other, or some or all tomorrow, and we'll start processing. Everyone's heard that it's going fast, so time is definitely important here. So we're ready to go. And the second part of the question, Mr. Ortega, could you rephrase that?
Well, when I asked Mike, the funding sources are our cash carry forward, and I just wanted to make sure that, because we have a budget situation too, that when we put the money into the BDFC pot of cash, once it's repaid or recouped, it comes back to the city for our own needs too.
Mayor, and I did confirm that. I think, Gary, the question is, do you see any issue with repaying the city?
I don't see any issue. I think the sources of repayment will be what we described, and then once you direct us to return it to the revolving loan fund, then you can remove, the city can transfer it back to itself from there, or if you give us alternative accounts you want it sent to or whatever, we'll do whatever you prefer.
Well, my only point is we ought to be flexible given our nobody's got that crystal ball, and I don't suspect anybody's going to object to this. But we ought to at least have flexibility built into the relationship, so that if the bottom falls out at our end, that we've got a string on this, and we can pull it back if we need it.
Yep. We have Councilmember Santa Cruz, and then I know that Councilmember Durham is in line to ask a question or make a comment, and then also Councilmember Lee is in line to speak as well. So Councilmember Santa Cruz.
So it is my understanding that we've also done a moratorium on commercial evictions. Is that right? Or from the state?
The governor called for a moratorium, I believe a 100-day moratorium or a 120-day moratorium.
So my question is, how are we thinking that each individual business is going to negotiate their own deals with the landlord? Can we consider as a city establishing some consistent standards for what that looks like? And can we also request that the repayment have some flexibility to it?
The repayment of the loan?
Or even like for their lease agreement.
Oh, their lease agreements. I don't have the information at my fingertips right now. Would you happen to have it, Barbara, or
Mayor, maybe we can have Gary address some of that, as I know that he is working to craft the inner workings of that loan program. So Gary, if you
But
could
I don't think, Council Member, you're referring to the $500,000 we're putting in the fund, right? You're talking, besides that, are we looking into helping small businesses with their leases and their payments? Mm-hmm. Okay, so it's not a Gary question. I would say it's more of a Barbara or Mr. City Manager. I don't know if you were to have an in on that.
Mayor, so I understand. I thought that the question was about the loan, not our loan to BDFC, but BDFC's loan to others, and is that an opportunity to address some of the issues that Councilmember Santa Cruz mentioned?
There is.
So that's why I was calling it Gary. But Barb, you want to go ahead and take a stab at that?
Sure, Mayor, members of Councilmember Santa Cruz. We know the eligible uses for the loan fund can include paying rent. So again, either having attractive terms such as 0% or even the 1% that's forgivable, such as the PPP program, both of those enable a business owner to take care of those daily operational expenditures, which include rent payments.
Okay, and then, I guess the other piece that, our office has been thinking about is like the assistance for at-home and childcare businesses. And how are we like letting them know that this is also accessible to them? And could we possibly use CDBG funds, or working with the nonprofit pieces to like also support those kinds of services?
Mayor, I think that's where the entirety of the, we'll call it the resiliency fund / recovery effort becomes important to understand all the pieces. Is we really ended, if you will, the COVID-19 discussion with Liz Morales' conversation around CDBG, et cetera. There's opportunity there's a lot of crossover, as you mentioned in your opening remarks. So what I would suggest is Barb will give you a chance to address some of those comments, but then Liz, if you can also weigh in on some of the opportunities to maybe utilize some of those federal dollars for that Councilmember Santa Cruz is requesting or suggesting.
Great. Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz, we certainly can market these programs aggressively and proactively to those type of businesses. And since we're going to be increasing our Spanish language outreach to the small businesses that are monolingual Spanish speaking, I think we'll be able to reach a lot more of those type of businesses. So the answer is yes, and the answer is in the kind of marketing that we need to aggressively pursue.
Thank you.
Liz, you want to take a stab at maybe some of the CDBG dollars for the pieces that Councilmember Santa Cruz mentioned? Liz, did you catch that? She might be having trouble unmuting. So short of her getting on, Mayor, what we'll do is we'll continue to explore that because that certainly is an opportunity for us to package as a part of the small business. Some of those pieces, I think, are appropriate use of those dollars, and we'll certainly challenge that.
Councilmember Durham?
I withdrew my comment.
Okay, I'm sorry. Maybe it took. Maybe you heard someone else ask the question. And then Councilmember Lee.
Hi, everyone. Is my audio good this time?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. Okay, very good. All right. So I will admittedly feel I'm very unprepared on this issue. I read through the materials and have a lot of context coming into this, so I have a lot of questions on this. And grateful for all of the information that has surfaced as a result of this. Now I wanted to kind of circle back on what Councilmember Kozaczek said, and now we know we have about $1 million in this fund. I have a couple questions on that, and some of it is related to the motion that was put on the table. Question on the motion, is it directing staff to do something and then we come back next week and vote on the $500,000, or I guess I'm confused on what the motion is that we're talking about right now.
Mayor, members of council, and Councilman Lee, so what I'm understanding is that if the council gives direction on this in terms of the relationship with BDFC as well as the dollars, then we'll bring back to you more specificity and more detail next week. However, as Mr. Melenda mentioned, there is a need right now, and so the urgency is if the council decided to move forward, we would start moving in this direction immediately. So the details of which can be brought back to you, but the relationship would be really where we're headed going
Right.
forward.
As I understand the motion, Councilmember Lee, is that we move on on giving direction to the city manager and Barbara Coffey to put $500,000, and then come next week, as the city manager has said, with much more meat on the bones of the program and our relationship with BDFC.
That's correct, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Okay, so this would have really been helpful to know this in advance, since it's a pretty big investment, and there's already $1 million in the pot. So thank you for the clarification on that.
Anything in addition? Thank you, Councilmember Lee. Councilmember Fimbres, did you have a question or a comment?
Madam Mayor, I was just agreeing with you. That's what my motion's interpretation was, that the city manager would bring back the rest of it to show us detail, to ensure where the funding was going to come from, et cetera.
Okay, then, so we have a motion on the floor. There's a second. Mr. City Clerk, roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Durham?
Jesus, please.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Well, thank you so much. This is a wonderful step that we're taking, moving swiftly and well coordinated in solidarity with all of us. So thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Mr. Ortega and Barbara, for that item. We move on to item 5, which is a permitting system update, which staff has requested that this item be continued. Mr. City Manager, is that correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay, so on to item 6, which is the Speed Hump Pilot Program. Time has been set aside for a discussion related to the 2019 Speed Hump Pilot Program. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor, I'm going to turn this over to Diana, but before I do that, I think it's important, this is a great program that you all have taken advantage of, and because of the time it takes us to generally get items on the agenda, we had presented and we're hoping that we would be before you to recommend the expansion of the program and had all these great thoughts. So that's still the idea. But I need to caution you that what I've asked Diana to think about is presenting the results of the program, making some recommendations, but I would like to hold off on us implementing it administratively until later in either the fiscal year or even into next calendar year, only so that we know what our budgets look like going forward. So just kind of bear that in mind as we're having these discussions about some, again, the world changed radically less than a month ago, and we now need to be thinking about what that looks like. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Diana Alarcon, our Transportation Mobility Director. Diana.
Thank you, City Manager. Good afternoon again, Honorable Mayor and Council. Before you is an evaluation that we did of the pilot program. This program actually allowed for 5 speed humps per ward to occur. We did a total of 27. The average cost for installing the speed humps was anywhere between $3,500 to $3,700, and that was including labor and material to get the speed humps up. And the difference in the cost in materials and labor was basically some of the speed humps we put in had required more asphalt because the road was wider than some other roads. So that's where it came from, the difference in the cost. And typically we had approximately about 4 to 5 employees it took. Signs were installed. We also did some evaluation of what our area sister cities charge as well. So, for example, we looked at Phoenix as well as the city of Mesa. Yes. And basically, they currently have a program as well. They outsource theirs cost. Phoenix pays about $5,000, and Mesa's about $4,500 for our contractor to install it. They also, Phoenix charges $1,200 per for the speed humps, as where Mesa is if you are less than 500 car volume, it's $500. If you're over that, the neighborhood has to take on the full burden of the speed hump. The cost, based on, we charge $500 per speed hump, being $3,500 to $3,700. We took on about 80% of the cost to actually install the speed humps. So we are recommending moving forward with the 30 speed humps, 5 per ward. The reason why we're asking for it, still the limit number to be done, is based on the workload that we have total for the city as a whole. And we're also asking y'all to consider charging $1,500 per speed hump versus the $500 to help subsidize the cost of the actual installation of the speed hump. So with that, I'll open it up for any questions that you may have.
Any questions?
Mayor, so our recommendation is that the council continue with the program and go along with Director Alarcon's recommendation, with the understanding that we will not implement until later in the fiscal year, if at all, depending on what the budget looks like for the foreseeable future, that it could be as late as next fiscal year, a year from now.
I think that this is a particular program that you started when I was a council member in Ward 1, and so I pushed for this program to continue so much. I know I've talked to Council Member Lee as well about what an amazing program this is, Vice Mayor Cunningham. And so if there are, something that we must consider, if there are infrastructure funds that come down the pike from the federal government, I don't want us to throw away programs that are effective and necessary in the city, and keep these types of programs in mind. It's a very low-cost program to the city of Tucson, yet so effective for neighborhoods. And so with that, I just want to leave that that information for you and Diana to think about, because we could tap into infrastructure funds later on with the federal government relief packages being put together. So I believe that Councilmember Durham is in line to speak, and then we'll go with Councilmember Lee and then Councilmember Kozachik.
I would consider going to 750, and in other words, splitting the cost. The success of this program has been because of its accessibility and affordability. So I hesitate to raise the price very much.
Mayor, maybe I could ask Diana to address that. Diana, can you just address again in summary the costs associated with this and what we would have to absorb if we went to 750?
Yes, sir. So the total cost for the speed humps, like I said, averaged between $3,500 to $3,700. It pretty much broke down to about $1,200 to $1,400 for the labor, $800 for equipment, $200 for the rental, about $400 to $500 for asphalt. The signage is about $300, and then the striping on the speed humps is about $800. So that's why you have the varying in the prices. Again, it's about the size of it. So at $750, we would still, there's still $3,000 that the city would be picking up for this program.
Well, I would like to move that the speed hump program be extended with a price of either $500 or $750, depending on already seen an answer from Diana. I would really like to move that the speed hump program be extended with a price of $500.
Okay, so there is a motion to continue the speed hump program with a price of $500. Do we have a second?
I'll second. Nikki Lee?
Alrighty, we have a second by Councilmember Lee. And I know that you have questions or discussion. Councilmember, do you wanna jump in?
Yes, ma'am. Diana, just a couple questions on the execution of this program. How is the interaction typically with the neighborhoods who are requesting this service as well as the ward office? How does that interaction happen, just so I understand that?
So there is a program, the speed hump program, that we currently have in our neighborhood area that Jesse Soto oversees. And so the ward office would contact us and say, this neighborhood is interested, and then we would actually then start working with the neighborhood. There's a process that they would actually have to go through where everyone along the street has to actually sign a petition saying that they're in agreement with it. Once we get that certain percentage of agreement in place, then we can proceed forward with actually working with the neighborhood about the location and placement of them. There is, standards that we have to follow as far as location and placement, so we work with the neighborhood on that as well. And then from that point, once we're done, we would actually then say, okay, this neighborhood's gotten all their petitions in, they've gotten it identified, they're ready to move forward. And then that's one of the 5 that we would actually do. That's part of the ward, so that we're all collecting, which is the correct number of speed humps we're doing per ward.
Okay, so there is good communication then between the ward offices and your department. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. We work very directly with the ward office through the process.
Thank you. Councilmember Kozachik.
Yeah, thanks. So there's certainly demand. We have people in the queue already. It's a great program.
Yes.
I'm, as in the other budget item, I'm leery of doing anything right now that's not cost neutral to our budget. And I appreciate the spirit of what Paul and Nikki just put on the table. But TDOT costs are $66,000, and it says in our material that that's been incorporated into the fiscal year 21 budget. I'm not sure how that's even possible at this point, because we don't have a fiscal year 21 budget, and we know we're going to be really challenged by it. One of the high cost items in this whole program is the pre-cut thermoplastic that we use to paint the arrows on it. And I'd like to ask whether or not we could allow, in order to reduce the cost, so we're closer to cost neutral, allow the neighborhoods to creatively paint their own designs on the speed hump once it's in, so that we're eliminating that cost of that thermoplastic from the design. It's not a manual uniform traffic control devices requirement. So maybe get them involved, and they can do the painting and cut the cost, and we're closer to cost neutral.
Mayor, Councilmember Kozachik, and Dan, I'll give you a chance. I can see you're chomping at the bit to chat.
No,
there.
I'm not.
You just look that way. Got it. So, Councilmember Kozachik, the first question you asked was how can we say the $66,000 is a part of the FY21 budget? Keep in mind that a material was put together about 6 weeks ago when that was still a hope. That's why I mentioned that we should really think hard about the implementation of this and hold off for a bit. So that's that. With regard to the neighbors, certainly we can explore that. There's some challenges with some of that, but Diana, I'll let you address that.
Thank you, City Manager. We can definitely work with the neighborhood. I guess my question I would have for you, Councilman, is, are you talking about doing something decorative, or are you talking about them painting the stripes on the speed hump?
Either one. Let them make their call. If they want to put shamrocks on it, then cool. But it's and if there's a MUCTA requirement that has to be arrows, then they can paint arrows. And I'm just saying, let's add a little creativity to this and cut the cost.
So I would be a bit, I would I would advise to be cautious about doing something decorative on a speed hump, because you do need to make, and one of the reasons the areas are designed the way they are is so that it does stand out, so that someone driving sees it. And if you don't make that readily visible, then I feel that would be a strong liability for the city. But I'm certainly more than willing to work with the community about finding ways to reduce the cost, and we certainly can, provide a mold that would allow for the striking to occur.
Okay, but I think correct me if I'm wrong, Mike, your preference is that we not adopt this as a formal program yet, but get deeper into the budget conversation and see what's real.
Yes, that's the reality check that we really need to go through. I think the program, I would agree. I know that every one of the wards has been, it's been extremely popular, not only with the ward offices, but also with the neighborhoods. I'm very supportive of it moving forward, no doubt about that. My concern, quite frankly, is the opportunity costs and some of the other challenges that I do see the next the next agenda item. You're going to hear some of the challenges that we see. That's all I'm just suggesting. Please don't have an expectation the next week we're going to be out there doing the speed humps. It'll be a little bit before we can get to it, and then we can make more of a recommendation. You're right, the dollars are not that big, so it's from a budgetary standpoint or fiscal impact standpoint, it's not that great. It's the opportunity cost around all the other things that we're doing. So if you can cut us a little bit of slack on that, I'd appreciate it. That would give us an opportunity to move that needle in the not too distant future.
So what we're doing right now, based on the motion by Councilmember Durham, is just giving you permission to continue the program and have it as charge as little as we possibly can the neighborhood, so that they can take advantage of the program when we have the funds to fund it.
Mayor, so just so that I'm clear, I understood that Councilmember Durham's motion was specifically for $500. Mm-hmm. That's what I heard, and so that's my expectation moving forward, that the cost would basically be the same for those. We'll call it the outside cost for that.
Okay. Well, I think we have our questions answered, and there's a motion and a second on the floor. Any additional discussion?
I could defer my motion with consent of Nikki Lee. If you wish, I recognize that it may be inappropriate to consider it before budget item.
Yeah, let's not lock it in.
I'm good with that.
Mayor, could I just ask that they repeat the motion then, so we're clear on the amount?
Are you removing your motion, Councilmember Durham?
Yes, I intended to.
Okay. So would we have this discussion with the Transportation Department discussion when we have the complete discussion on budget, Mr. City Manager?
Mayor, that's certainly one way to do it. You can just defer action on this until then. Also, again, we're supportive of the program, and I would recommend that you continue with the program. It's just an implementation. So there's two pieces. One is when and the amount. Mm-hmm. And I think that's why I wanted to make sure that I was clear on what Councilmember Durham's motion was about. But if you want to get into the next item, Diana will cover that. We can talk about some of the things that she's seeing on the horizon. Then you can come back to this item, and if the council would like to give us further direction, they can do that at that time.
Okay. Council member, what we can do, Councilmember Durham, what we could do is go to the HERF item, or is it the budget item that you want to go to, City Manager?
Mayor, it would be the HERF item.
Okay. So what we could do, Councilmember Durham, is remove your motion and then have the HERF discussion. And it seems like all my colleagues on the council and myself are very into this program, and we want to see this program survive. We could have the HERF conversation and then come back to this item, see if we want to if we want to continue this program. So that's what we can do if you'd like, Councilmember Durham.
Well, I think we could defer the motion until we get into the budget question, and let's leave it at that. Let's not come back to the motion.
Okay. Okay, so what we could do is just continue discussion, not have a motion on this item, and then continue discussion. And when we're having the budget discussion, I would like to make sure that this particular program is part of this, of the budget.
Mayor, we were certainly happy to do that. And I apologize, I said it was the next item. It's actually 2 items from now, but if you wanted to take them out of order, Diana's queued up, ready to go.
I
so.
think it would be appropriate to move it out of, so no additional direction on this item. We are free to move on to, I'm going to skip item 7 and go to item 8. And have staff has a presentation on the Highway User Revenue Fund. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor, members of the council, so much like the way I opened up the item before this was really to let you know that the Highway User Revenue Fund changed radically for us here a few weeks ago. So a lot of the information that you have, if not all of it, is very dated now. Diana has been working with her team to try to identify what it looks like going forward. And I can tell you that even though we're going to have a lot of conversation today, that information is accurate to today. Tomorrow it could change again, and I suspect that as we bring back more discussions about the budget, the numbers are and the concepts will change. So with that, I'll turn it over to Diana.
Thank you, City Manager.
Could I ask, are these projections updated to reflect the COVID-19 pandemic?
No, sir, they are not. This was the presentation that we actually put in to review with y'all prior to the COVID-19 actually occurring.
Is this discussion even relevant? Because the gas tax is going to be steeply down.
Yes, sir, and I'm ready to talk through that with you. When we originally put this together, this is what our FYI 2021 budget was actually projecting to look like. But you're absolutely correct, sir. We have to move in a different direction because we're anticipating that we could have anywhere from a 10% to a 20% drop in our revenue numbers coming in for the HERF funds.
Okay, subject to that, you can go ahead.
Thank you. So I have the presentation up in front of y'all. So again, we focused in when we actually work on our budget, we really focused in on our customer service, having an employee-focused organization, looked at how we can actually be more efficient in our operations through smart cities, and as well as the important part is building a very stable environment for the HERF fund. So this at one time, up until a month ago, was actually what we were projecting out for 5 years. And as you can see, we were actually projecting our HERF dollars to come in around $44 million. I'm anticipating that in looking at this, that this is going to be about a 10%, again, to a 20% drop. So with that, I have to really look at adjusting the budget. But at the time, when we put this budget together, it was based on how we were forecasting and what we were being told through the state of what it would look like. So this is, again, the stable financial environment, looking at our FYI actuals to our FY 20 projection, and then, our budget, and then also our projections through FYI 20, quarter 3 FYI 20, our variance, and then what our request is. And of course, this is all changing now because we're not anticipating to have those same dollars coming in from the state. So we do have that challenge. But we were originally anticipating we have close to $63 million in revenue coming in. That would allot for $63 million in expenses. So this just kind of shows a breakdown of our revenue dollars versus expenditures. Majority of our dollars is HERF driven. We have some dollars that we get through licensing and permitting, and then other revenues that we get that come in as well. And other revenues can be from sale of property, easements, right-of-ways, and also where we use fund balance And then the breakdown from our expenses, as you can see, is our personnel services that we provide, commodities, our capital outlay, which is our CIP project, our projects over $50,000, and then of course we still have the debt service that we're paying off for the prior bond. So some projects that we were looking to continue in FYI 2021, we were actually hoping to increase is our ADA sidewalk improvement, mobility master plan, which is our Move Tucson effort, our speed hump program, our pavement preservation potholes, our sidewalk repair pilot program, and our traffic signalization and wiring update, and the new program. So I will tell you, as staff, we're looking at this now. A lot of those additional programs, these programs plus additional programs that I'm going to go over now that we actually had written in as supplements are programs that I'm now recommending that we actually pull back, anticipating that 10% to 20% drop in revenue. So some supplemental question? Okay. A supplemental request that we had for FYI 2021 was I wanted to build up our pavement preservation program. Right now, a majority of our pavement preservations that we do, as I have shared with all of y'all, about over 70% of our roads are in failed condition. One of the things I was looking to do in next year's budget was actually pull some of my fund balance up, bring on some more employees, and actually bring it in-house. We had found that when we actually did the maintenance team externally, we were paying 2 times more than what we could do it ourselves. So I wanted to build the team up and have them focus on going out there, hitting the roads that were in poor condition and doing maintenance and preservation to them to keep them from going into failure so that we would be able to more balance the number of road conditions, the failure of road conditions that we have. With this program, we would have been able to hit approximately 120 lane miles of road improvement. But of course, now with where I'm expecting us to go with the revenue dollars coming in for her, I don't see where this is an affordable project anymore to be able to do. The same thing with the pothole program. We really wanted to expedite this better, actually go out and do more of an intense repair of potholing, and we would have to pull some of our existing employees into the pavement preservation. So we were looking for that $500,000 to help offset that, to make sure we stayed on top of this program. Again, we have a big challenge with the number of potholes we have in the city because our roads are in failed condition, and we want to make sure we provide that great customer service. So we were looking to help subsidize that. Again, my anticipation is moving forward, if there's dollars expected to come in 2021 from the HERF, this is not a program I feel we'll be able to afford either. The Santa Cruz River Bankment, this is actually an IGA that we have with the county. We're responsible for repairing the Santa Cruz River Park bank alignment. It is a $2 million project. We actually put $1 million this year in the CIP. This is the other $1 million so that this program can move forward. This is one thing that I would look at using the fund balance to continue forward because we have contractual obligations with the floodplain to get this done. And then some additional was bridges and street maintenance. We were going to look at adding $500K to be able to maintain the bridges for Washington Street. Tied with that, right now we actually go out and we maintain all of that based on complaint driven. And I wanted to get into a preventive maintenance program where we were doing it, and we were looking to actually outsource it as an initiative so that we could get ahead of it. Again, with the expecting where the revenue is going to fall and that dropping that 10 to 20%, I don't believe this is a program we'll be able to afford either for next year. Public Information Officer, we have right now, this was $100K that we'd actually be bringing over from Park Tucson. This is also something that we're recommending that we put on hold. And then the Public Works building renovation, we have the 5th floor that we were looking to renovate. And it has not been touched in years. Kind of staff has outgrown it. It doesn't really, it's not conducive to their work and what they're doing. So we were looking to do a total remodel of it, and we had we actually had $500K scheduled for this year's budget. Just couldn't get it off the road in time to get it done this year's budget, and so that's a savings for us given the situation. But we were looking to consider it for next year. And again, I think this is something that may be up in the air, given where we're anticipating our revenue dollars to come in with the coronavirus. So with that, I'll open it up for any questions you may have, but that's a high-level review of what we were anticipating in the budget. But of course, my goal right now is to bring us back to this year's budget numbers, which is the $46 million in HERF, and that we would actually bring that. And if I had to have my lost dollars without adding any additional supplements, I have $15 million in my fund balance I would use to cover the shortfall in revenues if we hit that 15 to 20%.
Diana, of course, the numbers that you have, can you put that screen again on the numbers that you presented to us with your 5-year assumptions? 5-year financial plan assumptions. Will you be presenting a similar financial plan with the possible impact of these funds in the near future? How are you hoping to bring in new numbers and assumptions in the future?
Yes, ma'am. We will go back. We're currently working on revising our FY21 budget. So once I get that done, I'll actually plug that in and then forecast out for the next 3 years after that, or 4 years.
There's the possibility of a federal relief package being put together. There's an immediate relief package that there's focus in giving funds to hospitals and clinics around the country, also giving funds, direct funds to cities, towns, and counties and states that will be much more flexible to be able to use for general fund allocation and general fund uses, and also more money for the Paycheck Protection Program with changes to how it's made available to small businesses that don't have relationships with banks but have relationships with credit unions and local banks. And so that is being worked out immediately in Congress. But if we start thinking about the possibility of an infrastructure infusion from the federal government, are these the types of investments that we would like to see money coming in? Because there's big infrastructure projects like the bridge over 22nd Street and Keno Parkway. There's other projects that are ready to go, shovel ready. But would this, repaving streets and the infrastructure needs that we have that are necessary, would this be something that we would like to advocate for, whether it's the state or with the federal government?
Sure, Mayor. So what you're talking really is the opportunity for us to take advantage of potential stimulus money that would be outlined specifically for infrastructure improvements. And so Diana's team is absolutely the right place for that. Our needs is in the hundreds of millions of dollars in terms of some of the fundamental street and repairs, et cetera. So those particular projects that you mentioned, I have asked them to start thinking about that. We've been working closely with Andrew and with Tracy to make sure that we're all understanding the potential for that. I have not asked them to go into great detail yet. We do know that we have some that are shovel ready. So we are continuing down the path of design and making sure that we're prepared and ready for that should those dollars become available. Absolutely.
Anyone have questions on this particular item? All righty. We are moving on then. Thank you so much, Diana.
Diana.
Really appreciate your time. So thank you. Thank you, Diana. We're going back to item 7. Staff has a presentation on the Self-Insured Health Benefits Trust. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor, members of the council, again, this was part of our ongoing discussion with the council about the budget. We do have a brief presentation for you. Joyce Garland is going to open it up, and then she'll turn it over to Art Goudon, who's our manager, our administrator that's in charge of this effort. So with that, Joyce.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manager. As you'll recall, we started our own self-insurance health trust at the beginning, July 1st of last year. We have some experience now with this. We're going on to our 2nd year, and we'll be adopting new rates. They are increases to the current rates we're paying now. There are a lot of claims, and what I'd like Art to do is go over that fund and talk about the particulars. So Art, would you?
Sure, Joyce. Mayor, members of the council, can you guys hear me? I just want to make sure everybody can hear me.
We can hear
Yes,
you, Art. Go ahead.
but you could speak a little louder.
Okay, we'll try and do that. I prepared a brief presentation that was included in your packet materials, and I'm not seeing it on the screen, so I don't know if you can see it. But we'll proceed as we can.
Art, if you would like to share that, you can take control of the screen. Do you know how to do that?
Let me.
If you have it open, if not, just continue talking. The council has it in their packets, and they can open it off their packets. So just go ahead and continue.
Okay. So what I plan on providing Mayor and Council today is really the agenda is really to go over the trust, how it was established, talk a little bit about the Self-Insured Health Benefits Trust Board, and then really talk to the preliminary financials and what we have to look forward to in FY21 from the benefits. So going on to slide 3, there's a quick overview. It was established as a fiduciary fund. The trust was established as a fiduciary fund, which really is used to report assets held in trust. And these cannot be used to support other government programs. That's the key differentiator. It looks exactly like the retirement trust. This trust was created back in July of 2019, as Joyce mentioned in her opening comments, and was set up in accordance with Arizona Revised Statute 11981, which governs the establishment of trust funds statewide. Locally here at the city, it's governed by a Self-Insured Health Benefits Trust Board. And we'll move to slide 4 now to talk about the Trust Board. This board was created pursuant to Ordinance 11628, again, back in July of 2019. There are 5 members of the board, and they are appointed by Mayor and Council. Those 5 members are Anna Maiden, Matthew Nelson, Monica Dubnik, Lydia Aranda, and then our BSC director currently is Joyce Garland. The responsibility and the role of the board is really to provide general oversight and serve in an advisory capacity to Mayor and Council. When we talk contribution rate, stop loss requirements, reserve requirements, the establishment of an investment policy, and then doing the asset evaluation and review on an annual basis. What I'd like to point out here is that, the members were appointed by Mayor and Council back in January, and we have yet to meet as a board. We were scheduled to do so in February and had to cancel our last forum. And then we were scheduled for March when city served when we essentially shut down back in the beginning of March. But this board is structured very similarly to, again, the retirement boards. So when we do get going, they'll provide the same type of analysis and recommendations for Mayor and Council as we move forward there. So moving on to slide 6, talking about how the trust works. Again, it's a it accounts for revenues and expenditures and then net assets of the plan on the fund. So some of the revenues include, the city's employer contributions, the city's employee contributions, the retiree contributions that are made, as well as outside agency contributions, and then we have other contractual contributions that come in, totaling $70 million. And those numbers these numbers reflect the 1920 adopted budget. On the expense side, the first three bullet points there with the claims and stop loss premiums and administration costs are really the largest expense that we have in the fund. And I know there were questions related to the benefit staff, ERE, and consultant expenses and other administrative expenses. And really, when we talk about benefit staff, that's really paying for the staff salary of the benefits, staff and employee-related expenses. Consultant expenses include Siegel. There's also an allocation in there to hire an investment consultant when the board is ready to do so. And then the other administrative costs are, minor costs for travel, for training, office supplies, those kinds of costs. That totals $66.5 million in current year's budget. So moving on to slide 6, talking through preliminary financials. These are as of January, because again, as Anna pointed out, was prepared over 6 weeks ago. So as of January, the total contributions into the plan were $36 million. We had claims of $29.6, non-claim expenses, total of $2.6 million. So for a surplus of $4.4 through January. The plan is again running as projected through January, but I should note that it does not include projection for incurred but not received claims, which will be accrued fiscal year end. Our average enrollment in the plan is 4,670, with 71% of that in network or the HMO plan. And there's an equal split in the balance of the HRA and the HSA plan. So if we move to slide 7, we'll talk about preliminary 2021 rates. I can update this slide here. It's 7.6% is where we landed on a total rate increase, which totals about $4.7 million. And we will be bringing the formal rate adoption before Mayor and Council at next week's Mayor and Council meeting. The rate does include a 1.5% contingency reserve, as well as an amount to cover that's what we're calling a COVID contingency, not knowing what that might do to the city's health insurance. Thought it'd be prudent if we included a small amount in the budget for those related expenses. Again, and what I'd like to also point out here is that as has been done in prior fiscal years, the city will be absorbing or recommended to absorb the full cost increase on the medical cost increase. So, and I think Mike will speak to that in the next item, or the next study session item. So slide 8, we talk about what's in the future, what's coming down the road for us. We have medical and dental RFPs that we're gearing up for. We're having calls as early as this week to really nail down the timelines. And so we'll be issuing those RFPs, I anticipate probably in July. Both of those will hit the streets. We're talking about the medical clinics, on-site medical clinic, and how that would look. We're talking about direct contracting with facilities and providers. So an example could be direct contracting with an urgent care center to provide services. And we have the flexibility to do this now as a self-insured entity. We're also talking about pharmacy plan options, what we could do there. I know there's been mention of a 90-day program, and I do want to make Mayor and Council aware that we do have that option now with Cigna 90 now. And we're going to look at expanding that and seeing what are available through the RFP. So really, that concludes the prepared comments I have for Mayor and Council at this time, and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Art. Really appreciate your presentation. I would like to have much more detail on the future items. What does it mean that you're going out for medical and dental RFPs? What options do we as a city have in terms of the medical clinics that we can use? The direct contracting facilities and providers, and then pharmacy plan options. I'd like more information for mayor and council so that we can have it in writing, what it means, what are the options that we have, and then let you do your job. But this is important information. This is a step that we've been talking about for many years, and this could potentially be save the city of Tucson millions of dollars per year, and yet provide good medical coverage for our employees. So, Vice Mayor, I know that you had several comments and questions.
Mayor, if I can just ask Art to put the presentation back up, or whoever had it up, just put it back up. Is that you, Roger? Yeah, because I think some of the council members might have questions about specific information on the slide, so if you don't mind.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've been working on this for about 5 years, and in talking with labor groups, a lot of people were just scared. Part of it is people are just scared. We've got a Cadillac plan. We've got an antiquated HMO plan that, quite frankly, doesn't exist in almost half the municipalities in the country. Not only that, it's actually not as customer friendly as we believe it is. One of the things that happens here is because there are no consequences for overprescribing or for overseeing. Sometimes we have situations where unintended consequences come about in the quality of care we're getting. That's why we talked about going to the health insurance model. As everyone knows, and as I mentioned in the last item, my other piece to this, going to this health insurance plan, is to open up flexibility and opportunities for us so that we can have any person who lives in the city of Tucson opt in for their children to someday go on our plan. And I'm not saying we're going to do that in the first year or second year, but I think we could do it 5 or 6 years away if we have the proper partners. We've already talked to several different potential partners, and actually they're in. They've already said, we'd love to be a part of that goal that would make Tucson unique. So that's part of this whole ever-blossoming conversation. Understand that no one wants to reduce coverage. No one is aiming to reduce quality of care. That's not the case here. The problem is that we're on a situation where our ERE is completely expensive and we're not giving people proper options. I think once we go see this RFP, we'll have a better idea of what we're going to change and how we're going to shift the benefit packages into incentivizing HSAs and HRAs, and also lowering what comes out of people's paycheck. I think that's a big piece of it. Hey, if I want you to switch to an HSA because it helps the city, and it would help our ERE payments go down, we're also going to make it worth the employees' while and make sure that their take-home pay can go up. So there's some nuances here when we start talking about our total care and our total managed care. I'm glad to see that we're moving forward on it, but a lot of it's going to be about the stop loss part, and we're going to have this system up running for a couple years before we know what truly potential is. The bottom line is we had a conversation earlier about banking. When you're in control of your own banking, you have a much better opportunity to manage all the things that you're doing. The same thing goes with your health insurance. We'd be running our own fund. So we'd have a much better opportunity in managing our fund and being able to get our folks, our employees, the best quality of care they can get. And not only that, save us a little money in the process, because it's no secret. And everybody knows I've been critical of Cigna, and I don't want to go overboard with that. But the bottom line is that those health management companies, their job is to make money. I mean, they're not, I know they're into patient care, but they're also making sure to make money. So when we have a situation where we've got employees paying $200 a check, we've got the city matching another $900 a check for that employee, and then they're going to the pharmacy and still paying a $77 copay. I've had more calls from employees about stuff like that. It's and I've called the manager on several occasions in, I'd say, colorful discussion, in which I've said, what the hell are we doing paying for a Cadillac plan when I have a copay of $300 on this? Or when so-and-so has a copay on this. And those are kind of the discussions that started this conversation about 5 years ago, that we could do better. In the county's model, they saved north of $15 million that first year, and then about $7 or $8 million as it kind of evened out and they worked out the kinks. That $8 million in general fund savings will put us into our own future. And by the way, we can take that $8 million and put it back into employees' benefits. We can give employees the opportunity, we were talking about community banking. We put that $8 million into a fund and allow employees to borrow from Tucson Old Public Credit Union or someone like that, or Alliance for their mortgages or for things like that. So we have all kinds of different opportunities here to do this banking piece for employees and ultimately for residents of Tucson. And so I'm really supportive of this effort. It's kind of one of the things I've really wanted to see continue. I'm glad we're moving forward in these uncertain times. I guess the only question I have this afternoon is the pandemic and kind of the lost revenues and the uncertainty. Is that going to affect our ability to move this forward or enhance it, or what are the ramifications?
Mayor, Vice Mayor Cunningham, so the pandemic is going to potentially make the uncertainty greater, but keep in mind we're already self-insured. We've already moved to that model, so we're not moving away from that model. The key is, what does the cost model look like going forward, and what are the revenues that are necessary to pay for that? So that it certainly, there's uncertainty. Certainly is, well, that's certain that there's uncertainty.
The only certainty is uncertainty. Somebody said that.
Yeah, I think I just did. But anyway, but the bottom line is the key going forward is trying to control the cost and making sure we control our destiny on the cost side, because the revenue is what the revenue is in terms of what it costs us to pay for it. But the uncertainty in the model is that cost structure.
Well, I agree with the sentiment and the comments that Vice Mayor Cunningham has said. I just want to make sure that we're informing our employees and the mayor's office, the council offices enough so that we can help explain, right, the new model that we're moving into. And so that's why I'm asking for more detail on the future items that we still have to look at, because when I hear the possibility of our pharmacy plan options and how we could save money with better outcomes, it's very exciting. And so, as Vice Mayor said, we could have a good, an excellent healthcare plan that costs less. And this is the information that we have to give to our employees. And so I'd like to be able to help explain it in more detail for our employees. We have Councilmember Kozacek that is waiting to speak. Councilmember, are you there?
Yep. Frank says that the numbers do not include incurred but not received claims, and that those are going to be at the end of the fiscal year. Is that also true of employee and employee contributions? In other words, all of these numbers get updated at the end of the fiscal year, so this is just a snapshot for now.
Mayor
Kozacek.
We update these monthly, so these come in monthly.
Okay, so nothing is.
This is
all evolving.
Correct.
All right. So these numbers, the same as the HERF reduction, these numbers will be different by the time we get to the end of the fiscal year.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. when is open enrollment, and can employees join at any time if they have a significant life change, such as getting married or a job loss or something like that?
Mayor, Councilmember Kozachik, open enrollment at this time is scheduled for, I believe it's late May, and employees, as is standard now, anytime there's a life event like marriage or death, divorce, you can absolutely make changes to your medical and dental plans that you're enrolled with in the city.
Okay, thanks.
Anyone else?
I read in the news that there was a cost for premiums. I realize we don't pay premiums, but could go up by 40% for next year, and our costs will go up too. So I just think that these numbers are pretty suspect. You talk about what is projected to be the cost increase for next year?
Mayor, Councilmember Durham, the increase as planned right now is 7.6% for FY21.
Mayor, Councilmember Durham, maybe I can help with that a little bit. So you're absolutely right. There will be significant changes to the cost model. So keep in mind that the premiums that you hear is or are specific to cost recovery for those companies. For us, it's really a function of what our costs will be going forward. So I believe it's slide 5. I believe if you go back to slide 5, when you look, that's it. Right? So when you look at the expense side of that equation, that bottom line number could go up very dramatically. But also keep in mind that the actuary will help us with that, and they're actually helping project what our longer term costs are. So I expect that slide will look drastically different going forward. Those numbers probably won't change radically between now and the end of the fiscal year, but as everything else that's going on with the COVID-19 virus, it could, and if it does, then we have to have a different conversation around it in terms of how we would fund that and how we would pay for that increase or that projected increase in cost, which goes back to Councilmember Kozachik's point.
Well, I just think we've got to be aware that the claims cost could go a lot higher. That's all.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, we have half an hour to have our next discussion, which is item 9. Staff has a presentation on the fiscal year 2020-2021 general fund budget process. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to have this discussion, and also thank you for your patience as we've tried to generate information. I know it's frustrating because we're going to be talking a lot of generalities. We'll talk through some detail, but quite frankly, the next time that we meet on the 21st, you'll have a lot and significantly more detail. So what I'm hoping to do today is two things. One is to go over with you the approach, talk about the approach that I'm suggesting and recommending, give you some ideas on how that can work for us. Also, I'm looking for opportunity to delay the manager's budget, which was scheduled for the 21st. I'd like to shoot for May 5th. I gave you a schedule in your packet. We can talk through that towards the end of the conversation. So in order to get started, what I'd like to do is have Joyce Garland, our CFO, talk about our fund balance. I think that's an important place, is to outline how much money we have in the bank. And I will point out that it's really through your leadership over time that we have built ourselves and built this organization some flexibility that probably didn't have before. But I'll turn it over to Joyce, and she can go over some of the detail there, and then I'll come back and talk about some of the approach issues. Joyce?
Thank you, Mr. Ortega. Mayor and Council, I thought we'd start the discussion to talk about the general fund balance. So what the fund balance really represents, the difference between your assets and your liabilities, and then those dollars are actually, there's many components of it. So you'll notice in the budget memo, we have the component of non-spendable. And what that non-spendable piece of the fund balance is are those assets that really can't be spent in the short term. So for example, inventory. So we have to set dollars aside for inventory. That can't be spent, that'll be spent over usually a longer period of time. The other two components of non-spendable are we have the loan from the golf fund, which is a piece of that, and also we have a long-term investment within the general fund. So it's not an investment that we can easily convert to cash. We have the restricted component of fund balance, and that at the end of June 30th, 2019 was about $3.8 million. And what that represents are dollars that are restricted from an outside source. So the state, the federal government, other agreements that we may have, those dollars can't be spent except for those items that are restricted to those revenues. Then the next component is the committed. And what committed is those are revenues that mayor and council have said, I want to use those for a specific purpose. So at the end of June 2019, it was $35 million. Now in that committed is $22.8 million for our stability fund. So those are actually dollars we've set aside whenever we do have a financial situation as we're about to go into. The other pieces of committed are revenues that are set aside, which would be like the in-warranty program. We have the zoo dollars set aside there, not the sales tax, but those dollars, the $1.5 million, so we weren't supplanting, we're setting those aside there. We have multiple things that are within that committed. Then we have the assigned fund balance, and that assigned fund balance, and we talk to you about that when we do the budget every year. We say we're going to take our cash carry forward and we're going to use it for one-time items. So we set dollars aside for our purchasing system, we set dollars aside for employee distributions. So those are the types of pieces that are in assigned. We also have dollars set aside there for a fuel contingency, a building maintenance contingency, a multitude of items in there, and I can certainly go through that list, and we will be going through that with you within the next couple weeks also. Then we're left with the unassigned, and what the unassigned is just that. It's available cash carry forward to help us in wherever we need to in the future. And at the end of June 2019, that dollar amount was $48 million. So you can see we have a good cash carry forward, and I think that's really important as we go into this discussion, how the end of this fiscal year is going to go and next fiscal year. So we have come a long way since 2009, and it's really, I think, one of the benefits that we've done. It certainly has been recognized by outside sources, including our rating agencies. So I think it does give us a good foundation. All is not really lost. We still have a lot of work to do, but at least we have something there set aside to carry us through the next year or 18 months. So are there any questions on the fund balance piece?
So Joyce, all in all, unassigned or uncommitted funds are the 48 million plus the 25 million in stability funds?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm trying to see if I'm doing my math correctly. Okay.
Okay, so I do think it's a good base to use, and that's what it's there for, right, to get us through situations like this. So that's our fund balance, but I also wanted to talk to Mayor and Council about cash. We don't think about cash a lot, but without cash, you can't pay your bills.
Right.
So I've been watching the cash, and I actually watch it daily to ensure that we have enough money to pay our bills. We have currently about $506 million available to us in cash. While that sounds a lot, for an organization this size at $1.6 billion budget, it's not a lot of money. So I'll just kind of put that in perspective. So out of the $506 million, if you take away just our debt service payment for the year, that's $75 million, right away you reduce the amount of cash available to you. Then if we start looking at what our payroll is, which is about $17 million every pay period, you can see that if we're not replenishing that cash regularly, we will quickly eat into the liquidity that we have on hand. So therefore, it's very important that we continually are drawing down our grants. We're making sure that entities like RTA are paying us on time, reimbursing us, because I do see that cash will not be coming in regularly as it has been for sales tax, for hotel motel, for transient occupancy. Definitely, we talked about HERF earlier. So when you start to have drops in cash, that's what I watch every single day to make sure we're meeting our obligations.
Mayor, if there's no other questions, I can continue with the presentation. That's okay. So thank you, Joyce. What I thought I'd do is just give you some thoughts on how we can approach this, and we can delve into as much detail as you'd like. I'm going to share a graphic that it's a pretty, let's see here. It's a pretty archaic way to get a concept out, but I thought it would be an opportunity for you to see at least what we're thinking. So if you can see it now. So this is the world as I see it today, and Joyce and I chatted at length about this. On the left side of the graphic, you can see that's what it looks like today, basically in March/April. We actually had in our conversations with you in January an expectation that our revenues were greater than expenses. So you can see that solid line is above the dash line, and that's where we were. All of a sudden, our world changed, and our projected revenues are dropping. Now, keep in mind, I don't have numbers here. I'll talk about that in a minute as to why, but it's more of a concept. We're projecting the revenue, which is that bottom solid line, to continue to drop. Probably into July and August, and I expect that then it'll stabilize. That's what we're projecting at this point. The model that we've employed is one that'll keep it steady through at that low level through the end of the calendar year, and then we'll start to see a gradual increase. And in my budget materials, I mentioned that we were looking at maybe a 2% increase per month. So we could see a climb from from January through July 1 of about 12%. But keep in mind that we would still be below where we started, and that's a key piece. So the next line, which is the projected expense line, which is that straight line, and I just did it straight for ease of the conversation today, would be a gentle slope, more gentle than the radical revenue slope. That would take us from where we are today, continue to decrease expenses all the way through July 1 of 2021. The reason that becomes important in the conversation is that we would then be structurally balanced in July of 2021. So the thought is that we would walk down, if you will, as opposed to jumping off. But that parachute, that soft landing is our fund balance. Now, clearly, Joyce just outlined for you the fund balance. It's finite. When you're burning up cash at the tune of about $17 million every 2 weeks, we can burn through that very, very quickly without additional revenue coming in to replenish it. So the conversation that we're having internally is, what does the slope of that projected expense line look like? Is it steeper initially? There's been talk about maybe we start to scale back even more so than we have to try to get ahead of potential decrease in revenues. Or do we hedge our bets, make it less steep with an expectation that we will see a recovery sooner rather than later? We will see dollars coming in from the federal stimulus that may be able to help, et cetera. What the fund balance basically does is it buys us time. It gives us an opportunity to think about how the drop in revenue will impact us. It gives us opportunity to think about how we adjust our expenses, quite frankly, reduce our expenses, and at least put a plan together. I mentioned, Joyce mentioned the rating agencies. Rating agencies love the fact that we have cash in hand. I'm sure they're going to look very closely at our use of potential fund balance for this. But keep in mind that the plan is that we are structurally balanced by the end of the fiscal year. Now, we have no way of projecting exactly or predicting exactly what that drop's going to look like next year. We've got ideas, and we'll share those with you on the 21st. But the concept is one of looking at our fund balance, maybe setting a target of some number that we would look at burning up within the year, and the year would start now, so it would be from now through July of 21. A few other things to think about. We've instituted a hiring freeze. We've eliminated contract expenditures, consultant expenditures. We've reduced expenses where we can. We will continue to do that. The departments will be challenged. I have not directed them yet to look at specific numbers for next year. What I've told them is you need to start scrutinizing your budget now across the board. There are no sacred cows, so everyone will be sitting at the table working together to solve this, and that includes the mayor and council, and through your leadership as a council to help us identify some of the areas that we need to be thinking about. Keep in mind, we did have a contingency in this year's budget. It was about $2.6 million, as I recall. We're going to burn through that on our IT expenditures. You know, we have spent a lot of money recently on software and hardware to get the virtual city services up and running. So we'll burn through that. I doubt that will be available, or much of that will be available. But I'm okay with that because it really fast forwarded the movement from where we were to where we are now in terms of virtual city services, up to and including everyone is now on Outlook. If you remember, that was a goal from some time ago, but we are now all on Outlook. Hence this meeting we can do on Teams, which seems to be working okay. So one of the things that I've mentioned to you before is it's my expectation, it's Joyce and my expectation, that we will come back to you on a monthly basis with the spending plan and report to you, here's what's happening specifically on expenses, here's what's happening specifically on revenues, and the revenues will have two components. There'll be the revenues of our ongoing and sustained sales taxes, et cetera, as well as any stimulus money that may help us with this. So that way you're in real time with information that you can then make adjustments during the fiscal year. This will be a radical departure from the departments are given a budget and then they're asked to live with it for the entirety of the year. The departments will be given a game plan for the year and then asked to develop a spending plan on a monthly basis. And if in fact the revenues do drop the way we've projected in that graphic, then there'll be a conversation around what that needs to look like on a monthly basis in terms of additional cuts, et cetera. Some of the other things that we've talked about, initially I was looking at the issuance of bonds and potentially scaling that back because of potential cash flow issues, et cetera. I've rethought that. I think that we should look at assuming the rating agencies will give us a favorable rating, and assuming that the interest rates hold, we may want to consider pushing forward with the sale of the bonds, both for water as well as for parks, simply because that's an opportunity to ignite the economy, put some construction projects out on the street. I do want to mention although I said there are no sacred cows and everything will be on the table, the one thing that is not on the table are any voter-approved or voter-authorized expenditures. So the sales tax, the bonds, those will not be on the table for discussion on this. We will not be bringing any recommendation for changing on that. We've got a commitment to the voter, and we will continue down that. We're looking at a variety of one-time opportunities for us going forward. We still have the TARP settlement that was allocated to the general fund of about $8 million. We still have that set aside. We also are exploring the potential for a line of credit. What does that look like? What opportunities are there? What's the short-term note look like on that? Those are opportunities for us. Joyce mentioned the fuel contingency. We have built up a nice nest egg there in case that we saw some oil prices become erratic. We have that opportunity as well. I mentioned in my note that I will not be recommending fee increases at this time. There were some conversations around water and so forth. I also did suggest to you that the impact fee conversation would be such that we hold the line for now, with the exception of those fees that would go down, and that would be held for at least 2 years. We'll come back and have a conversation around it once we have an understanding of the economy. One thing that we'll explore, this might seem counter, but depending on the interest rate, the council may want to consider COPs, some issuance of COPs, to again look at some of the needs and also think through opportunity for us to spark the economy. That's not a guarantee at this point. It's just something I want you to understand we're thinking about as a potential opportunity. We'll be working closely, Mayor. I know you've been working with the U of A. We'll continue to work with the U of A. Mr. Hammond we have him under contract. He will help us with our projections. We'll start running even more scenarios. So far, the staff has run a few different types of scenarios, but again, it's very, very early. Although we know it's coming, it's very early for us to know exactly. One of the things to keep in mind is our sales tax delay is about 2 months. So the March downturn, if you will, that we are expecting, we won't really see until May. The current April sales tax receipts we won't see until June. So we know it's coming. It's just going to be a function of what that magnitude looks like, and then we keep moving that forward. I mentioned in my note some of the prior commitments that we had talked about will not be included. We'll talk through them and we'll let you know what those are. But at this point, we're going to be in scale back mode, not expansion mode, and so we'll be looking hard at that. I do want to spend some time. Actually, Art, I think, mentioned health insurance increase, that we would absorb that. That is my expectation, that we would build that into the budget going forward regardless. I also have the expectation that TSRS increase will be absorbed by the organization at this point. I do want to spend some time talking about staff. I think there's a continuous conversation about furloughs and about layoffs and so forth. I think it's only fair that they understand what we're doing at this point. I have said now a few times publicly that that's the last option. I can't guarantee you that we won't be having that discussion. We're going to do everything we can to keep us from having those discussions, keeping in mind that there's two types of situations that we're going to face. The first is because of the shelter in place, we won't have work for folks. So what do we do with them during this time? We've provided leave for them, and we're giving them opportunity to do that. But the second is we don't have money to pay them, and that's a future conversation. That's a subsequent discussion about that. The result might be similar, but those are conversations that I want you clear that we're going to have at some point in the not too distant future. Clearly, the uncertainty, as we know, is the most stressful for the staff. I have absolute confidence in our ability to weather this, but I don't know what that looks like exactly, and it would be unfair for me to paint you a rosy picture. I think it's going to be very difficult on all of us, but I am confident, given the leadership that you've demonstrated by building up the reserves, that we've got a little bit of a cushion that'll give us some time. Last thing I wanted to mention going back to the way we started the discussion, which is the COVID-19 virus, the federal stimulus and state stimulus money. I've got a lot of confidence in the team's ability to maximize our reimbursement. That's going to be huge. The investment in that is incredible. To see the number of dollars, the magnitude of the dollars that are coming from the feds. We've got an entire team that are ready to go with regard to the ability to get reimbursed for some of our expenses, which will help. We're also going to try to maximize the investment in the community. Mayor, as you mentioned, if the fourth stimulus comes about, that certainly is an opportunity for us. But I don't want to give you any false hope either in terms of the opportunity for revenue, the revenue lost. That's going to be very challenging for us. That is going to be difficult for us to make up. But again, if we can see the horizon starting to show some reinvestment, starting to show some pickup in revenues, I think we're going to be fine. So, Mayor, again, high level, we will get into numbers. We'll get into all the spreadsheets and all the projections for you on the 21st. Please bear with us. We're still working through them. I hope to have them to you by Friday of this week so that you can pore over them, and we'll be ready to go next week. I'd be happy to answer questions, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. I really appreciate your thoughtfulness in putting into this conversation. I also appreciate you and your teams, including Joyce, really thinking about how not to hurt our employees and the residents of the city of Tucson. And it's going to be a difficult time, but I have faith that the team that you have in place and the team that I have in place over here at council, at mayor and council level, we could really work through these difficult times. And so appreciate the presentation and looking forward to more additional information on the 21st. I have two of my colleagues on the line to speak, Vice Mayor Cunningham and then Council Member Kozachik.
So there's a few things that I wanted to go over today. First of all, we're not alone. A lot of governments around the state and around the country are in a situation where they have a finite amount of cash resource to keep their government going. The bottom line is that the city of Tucson has done a pretty good job over the last 3 or 4 years squirreling money away. We were really prudent and ahead. We had a budget surplus at the end of the last fiscal year, and coming into the crisis, we were running ahead for this fiscal year. Even though we had not hit our most productive month, we didn't get our full March, which is usually one of our most productive months. So the fact that we were that far ahead anyway does help us out. There's a few realities here. And, you know, when you're in a job like this, the worst thing you can do is tell people what you want to hear. The worst thing you can do is try to talk like it's a popularity contest, because it's not, especially in a crisis. I want to just make a couple points. If we have to scale back our hourly people, the only thing I'd ask is if we can do it so it's partial, so they can still have some money rolling in. I'd rather furlough than lay off. I want to say that out loud right now, so that the person who does lose their $53 a paycheck, guess what? I'll give up mine too. You can put it in the resiliency fund. I'll write my own check. But the bottom line is that if people got to go to 60 hours a check for a little bit, for a big fat month, I'm sorry that you have to do that. And I don't want you to. And by the way, for our people that are in the field every day, obviously that wouldn't apply to them. I mean, I'm talking to the guy about if you're driving your garbage truck every day, or you're on your fire rig every day, or you're in your car every day as a police officer, there's no way we can furlough you to 60 hours. We can't. We have to be, the government has to be running. But we have a lot of people, and they know who they are, whose workload has substantially decreased in this process. Well, I don't want to take your job away, but can you help us out a little bit? And that's what we need to go to the employees with that message. Because here's the deal: if we run through our money right away, we're making a very poor choice. We want to flatten the curve on the infection. We need to flatten the curve on the deficit too. And the only way to do that is to consider these hard choices. Everybody can take I'll take a haircut. Everybody can take a haircut. Debt deferral. I want to talk about debt deferral really quick. Mr. Manager, we talked about this, and I know that they're doing all this debt deferral and debt forgiveness and debt extension around the country. Can they do it for some cities? I mean, you know, hey, it makes a little bit of sense. I know we have some debt obligations, but I'd love to put some debt deferral in there, build it into our plan so that I want to be able, here's what I want to be able to do. I want to be able to go to my constituents and say, you know what, even if this thing goes for a year, which it won't, I mean, I think we'll be back to work in a month, but even if it goes for a year, we're ready. And so that's what, that's my piece with the debt deferral. Assigned and unassigned. I'm willing to take some assigned balance if we can get some legal loopholes to it and put into that unassigned balance so we can at least pay our payroll. I'm willing to do that. We need to make that jump right now if we can. In other words, I know that there isn't a lot of assigned balance that's flexible, but if there is, sharpen your pencil and put it into that unassigned so we can make our payroll. That's really important. The FTA, HUD money, all the federal money. We've got $52 million, give or take, of federal money coming in, plus whatever we get through the portal that the mayor opened yesterday. Look, whatever we can do to put into that general fund piece will be really helpful for us down the road as far as maintaining the government. But we have to have a situation. If we've got people that, if we just don't have enough work for people and we're going to furlough, maybe we can do some alternating work weeks where people job share and come in once a week and off once a week, or even on 2 weeks, off 2 weeks. So that way they can isolate in that 2 weeks if we need to. Let's be honest here. I don't see this ending, truly ending, until there's even some tighter restrictions put on by the governor and the president. I don't see that happening. I mean, I'm hoping it does. I'm hoping that this just magically goes away, but I'm a little bit more of a realist. As far as the impact fee discussion goes, I'm totally fine with that. I know that was one of my biggest discussions in this process, but I don't want to give up impact fees. But to take that on right now is a considerable distraction that we just don't need. We need to get through this crisis with the lowest loss amount of life and the healthiest government at the back end we can. We're having a hiccup. We need it to be a hiccup, not a bump. Or we need it to be a. We can do that, but we've got to make these hard discussions now. If you want to take up debt, the only reason I want to do debt is if we're doing an investment, and that's helping and that's going to help bump. That's a jump start. Any debt we take out needs to be an economy jump starter. It can't be to just cover our bills. We can't do that. We've got to make the tougher decisions. But I think the best way to do that is to live within our means now and do the haircuts now. So I know that we've got a week, but I don't want to be the guy who goes, oh, I didn't know the manager was going to consider this or consider that. I'll say it out loud right now. We've got to consider, especially the folks whose workload is there's just not work for them. And so for us, we've got to go to them and say, all right, well, how much do you need? You know, I think back to, I don't know if you guys ever saw the movie It's a Wonderful Life, but there's this movie called It's a Wonderful Life, and George Bailey gets married, and at the end of the movie, or in the middle of the movie, he gets married, there's a run on his bank. And all the people run into his bank and they say, I need money now. And he says, well, how much do you need? Because can you only take what you need right now? And everyone takes just a little bit and his bank stays alive another day. That's the type of attitude we need in Tucson right now. We need to be in this together. We need our employees to be in this together. I remember I've listened to the employee town halls, and a lot of folks are kind of still trying to run the game of what's the city going to do for me? And I'm thinking about, hey, look, right now, if we can't figure out a way that we can help each other out, we're going to have massive layoffs on the back end of this. So if we want everybody to keep their job and stay solvent, then maybe we should do our furloughs right away. Maybe we should start saying, hey, look, can you do it on 75? Can you do it? Can you take a 90% paycheck right now? Can we defer some of defer some of the pension payments we're making right now? Those are the discussions we need to be having right now. Because the bottom line is if we get stuck until June 1st and then we get to go back to work, it's still going to be slow. We're going into the summer. We're not going to have some big party and get all of our money back. So I just want to be clear about all those things, and I hate to be the Debbie Downer, but I want to make sure that we're being really honest with our employees and the citizens of Tucson about what's going on. So I want to let you know, Mr. Manager, that you have my support to take those very unpopular steps. And obviously, I don't, under no circumstances do I want to do them. But this is the situation, reality that we're facing.
Mayor, I'd like to make a few comments. I think it's important. And so thank you for those thoughts, Councilmember Vice Mayor Cunningham. I think that what I've tried to do here is give you an accurate and realistic picture of where we are, where we see ourselves today. If I knew with certainty some of the decisions that we're going to have to make, I would not only make them, I'd tell you that we're ready to make them now. Unfortunately for us, we don't have that certainty right this second, and we're not going to for probably a couple of months. Now, we do know, generally speaking, that we are going to see some hits, and so we should start organizing ourselves and preparing ourselves, and that's the conversation. With regard to the debt deferment, we definitely are on the same page. We know that we have a $80+ million PSPRS bill every year. There's going to be a conversation that we're going to have with the state about the potential for deferring that. What does that mean? But keep in mind that's a long-term obligation, and so if I don't write a check today, I'm going to write a bigger check tomorrow, and so we have to go through that and make sure we're having that discussion. Part of the budget that will be presented to you on May 5th will include some, I'm expecting will include some fund balance, which is when you'll have the opportunity to weigh in on rainy day fund, unassigned, those kinds of things. But it'll also contain a plan for what that looks like going, going forward for the year. You spent some time talking about the furloughs and so forth. Certainly that's an option, and we'll consider it. I can tell you that the opportunity today for furloughs is that most folks can claim unemployment, and there might be an opportunity there to shore them up and make sure that they don't lose anything. So that's a conversation we're having internally as to what that could look like, so that folks are not taking a hit financially. But more importantly, if we furlough them, we can continue to provide them health insurance, and that's really a big piece of this. We're going through those exercises now. We're looking at it. It is not a foregone conclusion that will happen, but those are some opportunities that we're exploring. The last thing I wanted to mention, and when I talked about the potential for issuance of debt, we need a game changer. We need something that will give us a totally or radically different approach to this, as opposed to just waiting for the revenues to come up. And so we're going to get pretty creative, and we're going to bring to you some pretty creative ideas on how we can partner, how we can look at some projects, those kinds of things that can, on a macro scale, deal with what we're expecting could be a slow recovery, but help spark it. I mean, I think that is a role that we can play, and I think that we should move that and push that from a leadership standpoint to make a difference in the economy. That's all, Mayor.
Thank you so much, Mr. City Manager. I agree that we have to make the decisions that we need to, but the timeline of approving the budget has crossed our time. And so we have to start the discussion based on the numbers that we're seeing to make the decisions down the line. And I don't think we have the complete picture. And I don't know exactly how the CARES Act or any additional relief acts will impact the budget, and it could impact it in a very positive way. And so we cannot start jumping at talking about furloughs without looking at the numbers of how the relief packages will be helping our budget in the long run. So that's why we have to take it easy and not start taking reactive actions without really thinking about what we have in front of us and seeing the complete picture. And I like the concept of taking a look at our budget every month so that we can see what's happening real time, and then we can make the calls we need to make. Councilmember Kozaczek and then Councilmember Santa Cruz, and we're going to have to start moving quickly because we do need to start the regular meeting, and I want to give you a little bit of a break as well. So Councilmember Kozaczek and then Councilmember Santa Cruz.
I'll be quick then. I appreciate, Paul not wanting to be Debbie Downer. I don't want to come across as Pollyanna either, but I think almost everything that you mentioned, Paul, is premature. Nothing I heard Joyce say indicated that we're on the precipice of furloughs as far as deferring debt is concerned. It's not free money. It's going to cost us more later on to recoup it. Nobody said anything about not being able to make payroll. There is a serious PSPRS question, but Mike is engaged with that already at the state level. So I don't think we need to be throwing down with employees right now and saying you need to take a 75 or 25% haircut to help us make payroll, because we're not there. The virtual city services costs are reimbursable COVID-19 expenses. As Regina just said, those dollars are going to come at some point, more than likely within the fiscal 21 year. So I know we can't budget on the comes, and that we know these dollars and how much they'll be. But I just want to for the conversation a little bit and say let's not be running towards a cliff that when we don't know exactly how high that safety net's going to be. Another thing is if we're looking at fees, we need to also take a serious look at the GSI fee that we're about to impose. This is something that is optional for us. We don't necessarily need to lock into that, but people are out of work, and that, although it's a popular program, we unanimously approved it. It's also a financial hit monthly on the citizens of the community. Finally, I would say this to Mike Ortega. He mentioned COP. The debt service on COP, the general fund expense. Before we go in that direction, I would much prefer to see our taking an internal loan from Tucson Water or something like that, which is something that we can control the repayment more. We can control the repayment more than we can over on a COPS debt going forward.
Yeah.
That's all.
Mayor.
Yes, was that Joyce or? Okay.
No, I think it was someone hadn't muted their phone. So Mayor, Councilmember Kozaczek, we've already started very preliminary conversations about potential internal loan. So we're exploring that. And keep in mind, one thing I didn't mention, oftentimes we get hung up on these conversations are about the general fund, and they really aren't just about the general fund, the entirety of our budget. And we got a $1.6 billion budget, and we're going to get real creative on how we can take advantage of that magnitude of dollars to continue providing services and address the employees. We're basically focusing on moving folks. We have already done that. We will continue to do that. And although right now it's temporary, I think that we might get into a conversation about more permanent movement of employees within some of those funds. So we're definitely, we're on the same page there. I think we'll look internally before we look externally, because you're right, not only do we affect the terms, but we also then don't have to worry about showing it on the balance sheet as a debt. So.
Right, exactly.
Councilmember Santa Cruz.
City Manager Ortega, I wanted to thank you for your efforts in communicating with our employees through the platform of having town halls. And I'm hoping that that's something we can continue, long after this is past us, because I think it's an important way to show that transparency with our city employees. So thank you for that, and all the department heads who've been a part of those as well. I know that my staff finds them very useful. I'm wondering if the folks who aren't really having a lot of work at the moment because we are working from home, are these folks that could be moved into housing, since we know that we have about a 25% deficit in housing, and that we're going to need even more support in that department. So I'm just wondering if that's something that we can consider. The other question I have is like, how much do we have in our reserves and when is the moment that we start to use those funds? And just wondering from our, previous mayor and council session, we had earmarked money for the census. And is that still on the table? We know that we still have a ways to go to make sure that we have the full participation of city residents when it comes to the census.
Joyce, do you want to address the reserves? I could basically say we're almost there, but I'd rather you give more specificity there. Thanks.
Sure. Mayor and Councilman, what we have in our reserves that would be available is a couple pieces. We have a mayor and council financial policy that was adopted some time ago. And the way the reserves work are, first we use up whatever is in our unassigned. And at the end of June 30th, 2019, that was $48 million. So we would use that first. Then we would go to our assigned fund balance, which is about $31 million. And we would start to use that. Now, I'm saying that, but there are actually some things within the assigned fund balance that we still are working towards. That being a software technology change, a couple of other items when it comes to building maintenance. So we may still have to do that. So we would use up first the $48 million, then we would go to the $31 million, and then we would go to our stability fund, which is $22.8 million. So I think we have a ways to go before we have to use any of it. As Mr. Ortega pointed out, we're going to try to do a slope next year. So I haven't quite worked out how that fund balance will work within the numbers. That's still, going in my mind is how we're going to do that, because I do know we are going to get some dollars from the COVID relief. What that looks like is still to be determined, but I do know we are going to get reimbursed for costs that we have this year. I'm just not sure what costs will be available for us to get reimbursed next year. So that's still up in the air.
Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz, I'll translate when Joyce says she hasn't figured it out yet. She still thinks I'm crazy because I've come up with these thoughts. So she's pretty good at figuring it out. So number one, thank you for the feedback on the town halls. We will continue to do that for the foreseeable future. We're doing them every Wednesday at 9 o'clock. I think you've participated in some, you know that most of the questions are about the future for the employees, so we'll continue to do that. I agree with you. We are reaching about 1,000 to 1,200 employees at any given day, and that doesn't, and then we're on top of that, it's recorded so folks can watch it later. So we'll continue to make that happen. Moving the employees is absolutely an opportunity. So as you know, the hiring freeze that we implemented is across the board. And the reason that we did that is so that we could get a handle and a beat on what the enterprise fund and special revenue funds, housing is a special revenue fund, what opportunities there are there. So we're going to work real hard to start moving employees almost immediately in that. I can tell you that when we did this before, we were a lot more lenient in terms of do you want to, and if it doesn't work, we're not going to have that opportunity this time around. I think we're going to have to actually say to folks, you need to move, and there's a process for that. So we're going to go through that, and we may start doing that as early as this next month. So we'll move quickly on that. Your other question regarding the $350,000 for the census, we still have that available. I'm going to hold that in reserve for now. I think that's a conversation we can have. Obviously, the census is a long-term investment when you think about that, but clearly we're going to be counting every penny, and we need to think about that as well. But at this point, I still have it set aside for that purpose.
Any other questions? So then we will see you next week, and hopefully next week you will have a much more detailed presentation. And at that time, we have an opportunity to give input, for mayor and council can give input to you. And then we also have an opportunity to give input on May 5th, I believe. and
And the 19th.
May 19th.
That's correct. So you actually will have 3 opportunities, Mayor and Council, to provide feedback. The formality, if you will, of a recommended budget. I see that it's our recommended budget, isn't necessarily mine. It's ours as a team, but that ongoing dialogue will continue all the way to the final adoption, which is scheduled to happen in June. That's all, Mayor.
Thank you, thank you. Then we move on to item 10. Are there any state and national legislation or regional committee issues for discussion?
Yeah, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, got a couple of questions from Councilmember Fimbres. I gave the information to Mayor and Council yesterday. One has to do with the state budget and the projections of deficit in the upcoming year. Then the other update is on the U.S. Postal Service. They're facing a large deficit, and there's a back and forth between Congress and the President about finding some stimulus dollars for the Postal Service. Happy to answer any questions.
I have a report within the last week, actually Friday, April 10th, I sent 2 letters out, one addressed to our entire congressional delegation, and it is a letter addressing the needs that we have and the possibility of what we'd like to see in a CARES 2 economic relief and recovery package. And I outline, based on input received from staff, our revenue replacement, which is something that the CARES Act does not have. Revenue replacement funds so that we can use in our general fund to provide police, fire, park service, and other very necessary services for our community. If you'd like a copy, that's just one in about, I think it was about 10 points that we were advocating for in terms of asking our congressional delegation what to focus on in the next package. The other letter that I sent was to Governor Ducey, and this letter is requesting priority testing for our first responders and additional protective equipment for our first responders and the city of Tucson and Pima County. I can share these 2 letters with you if you want copies of them, but I just wanted to make sure that I keep you informed on the actions that I'm taking on behalf of our city. Any additional questions or input? Let's go to item 11 then. Does anyone have any items?
Madam Mayor.
Yes, that's Councilmember Fimbres.
I have on the census, I know there's a push by Congress right now trying to push back the closing on the census. And I would like to move that our mayor write a letter of support to the Arizona Congressional Delegation for the 2020 U.S. Census to ensure a complete count will benefit Tucson and Southern Arizona, and to advocate for an extension of the federal timeline for the 2020 census.
So there's a motion. Does anyone want to second a motion on writing a letter to the congressional delegation of extending the census?
Second.
There's a motion and a second.
Do it.
Roll call.
Aye. Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Durham?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Yes.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Anything in addition, Councilmember Fimbres?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also would like to have a motion to have our mayor write a letter to the President and the Senate and House leadership on the importance of the Postal Service and provide funding from the federal stimulus bill package to get it through this crisis brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic. So I move that we direct our federal lobbyists to work with our Arizona Congressional Delegation to ensure the U.S. Postal Service, as well as our Cherry Belle Post Office and processor, is funded. That's my motion.
Councilmember Fimbres, the letter that I sent to our entire congressional delegation includes, one of the points that I request is that we urge our delegation to pursue service standard protections for postal processing and distribution centers, very, very poignantly bringing out Protect Sherry Bell from postal consolidation. Do you think that we still need that letter that you want?
I would think so. I would think so, Madam Mayor, because this is about solvency and keeping it afloat. And they're hurting right now because of the COVID-19. I'll ask Mr. Greenhill in our lobby to get back to us on it.
Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry. Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, yes, we can put a letter like that together and get it to the mayor for her signature.
Great.
Perfect. So do you need it in the form of a motion, Mr. Attorney? Or Mike?
No, Mayor, I think that's fine.
Okay, Councilmember Fimbres, I don't think we need a motion, so Andrew will write that letter for us, and
Thank you.
we can get it out to our congressional delegation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much. Anything else? All righty, we move on to item 11, which is discussion on regular agenda. Does anyone have items to remove from the consent agenda?
Madam Mayor, I want to remove 7H so we can have a little further discussion. I have 2 questions on it, and then we're going to be good with it.
Excellent. So let's do that. Anyone else? So let's move to item 12. Does anyone have items for future agendas? All righty, hearing none. Study session is adjourned. The regular session for the regular meeting will start at, I'll give you 10 minutes.
And Mayor, just before we adjourn, we had the executive session and direction scheduled, but what we can do is we can recess the study session at this time, move forward with our special meeting and regular agenda, and then we can take care of the executive session at the very end.
At the end, how would you like to proceed, colleagues? Okay. All righty, we could do that. We could take a little break, about a 10-minute break, and then come back to start regular agenda. Thank you. Thank you so much. We will see you back in 10 minutes then. Stretch your legs. The Board of Commissioners of the City of Tucson Public Housing Authority will stand in session. Roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz,
Here.
Mr. Cunningham, Mr. Durham,
We'll go back.
Mrs. Lee,
Okay. Hold on.
Mr. Durham, are you present?
We're the only ones on camera.
I think you all have to take your vocal and your audio off, and that's why you're hearing. I think you're hearing a lot of input. See, we're hearing a lot of input. So turn off
Approval for a movie.
the audio.
Seriously.
I got a little 9-inch iPad. You guys got a freaking movie theater.
Who's this? Who are you talking to?
You.
Oh, you're talking to me? Hi, so you can see me?
Alrighty, council members, we're back we're going to start with the Board of Commissioners for the Public Housing Authority.
Over here next time.
Are you all there?
They're not hearing. They're pretending, they're just talking through this stuff. Councilmember Fimbres, can you hear us?
We're not online.
No. See, they're not responding.
Where's Andy?
Got to show something more interesting than this on your.
Councilmember Kazacha, can you hear?
I can barely hear the mayor.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Councilmember Fimbres.
No.
Hello, can you hear us?
I can hear you, Richard.
Oh, good. Who's that?
It's
Who's
Nikki.
that? Okay, good.
Nikki?
Yeah, but at least Liz was asking and I couldn't, she don't hear me.
Alrighty, do you all hear me?
I can hear you.
And we're trying to start the PHA meeting.
Okay, good.
Are you ready?
We're trying to start a PHA meeting.
Okay, good.
We can hear her on YouTube, but we can't hear her.
Are you ready?
We can't hear her on Teams.
Let her know that.
Mayor, I am ready.
Yes. Yes?
I move to approve the minutes.
What do we have?
Yes.
This is still dialed in.
Somebody here.
You need to mute. It could be up there.
Somebody needs to mute your audio. And if you could only turn it on when you would like to speak. Alrighty, Roger, do you want to start the roll call again?
Mick Santa Cruz.
Here.
Mr. Cunningham. Here. Mr. Durham.
Roger.
Mrs. Lee.
The roll call again. Mick Santa Cruz. Here.
Really loud. Somebody's got their speaker on still. It's delayed.
Here.
Here. Mr. Durham, here.
Yeah, by a lot.
I can't hear you.
Okay. Roger, give me a second. We may need everybody to get out and get back in. Yeah, I think we're going to have to because.
So council members, if you can get out of the Teams meeting and then try and jump back in, we're having technical difficulties.
Chris, we leave this unmuted, correct? Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry.
Are we all on? Let me text him. Is he still not on?
No, 4840 is this phone.
Oh, okay. Sorry. We able to do that?
Wait, hold on. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Everybody hear me?
Richard. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry. Thanks.
Do we have a quorum?
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so we have Paul, we have a quorum, no? Let's get going.
Nikki's on. So we're only missing Steve? Yes.
Yes. Okay. And our commissioner is on as well.
That's me delayed?
Yeah, that's delayed. That's how long it's delayed.
Jesus Christ.
Good? Okay, I think we have. We got it? Council members, we're going to start with Public Housing Authority Board of Commissioners meeting first, and then we're going to have regular session, and then we're going to finish off with executive session. So thank you and welcome back. The Board of Commissioners of the City of Tucson Public Housing Authority will stand in session. Roll call.
Mick Santa Cruz.
Here.
Mr. Cunningham. Here. Mr. Durham.
He must be muted.
Mrs. Lee.
Councilmember Durham and Councilmember Lee, we cannot hear you. You might be muted.
To unmute yourself, you need to hit *6.
And then we're going to have regular session, and then we're going to finish off with executive session. So, thank you and welcome back. The Board of Commissioners of the City of Tucson Public Housing.
We can't do it. We can't hear.
Dr. Cruz? Yes. Mr. Cunningham? Mr. Durham?
Call Ortega.
Here. Great. Mrs. Lee?
Here, but it's very hard to hear you.
This is Andy. Hold on.
You want to continue?
Yeah, Andy, we cannot. We're hearing the meeting on the. We can't hear anything on the. We can't hear it.
You want to continue, Roger?
Hello?
Mr. Fimbres?
I can't hear anything. Hello? Nobody can. Okay.
Yeah, just hang in there.
Can we let them know in the chat that there's a delay?
We're having a very long delay, so we're working on getting that fixed.
We have 4 of us on the screen. I move to approve the minutes.
That's what I was saying. All we need is one more of them, and they could all go home.
How is the sound coming through to them? Is your computer muted?
Everyone, this is Yolanda. Roger says they're having a long delay in the feedback, so they're trying to work on that, so just to hang tight.
Mr. Feedback.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
is being recorded, and we're going to start with the Public Housing Authority meeting and then move to the regular meeting, and then at the end, the executive session. So we can move fast as you all allow it. Okay? So the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tucson Public Housing Authority will stand in session. Roll call.
Nick Santa Cruz.
Here.
Mr. Cunningham. Here. Mr. Durham.
Here.
Mrs. Lee.
Here.
Mr. Fimbres.
Here.
Mr. Kazachi.
Here.
Mayor Romero.
Here.
Mr. Mohammed.
Here.
Excellent. Item 2, the City Manager's Communication number 101, dated April 14th, is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing on the Tucson-Pima County Consortium Public Housing Authority Agency Plan, which includes a 5-year plan, annual plan, and capital fund plan for city fiscal year 2021. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Mr. Clerk, were any requests to speak submitted?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. May I have a motion to close the public hearing, please?
So moved.
So there's a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read the resolution PHA 2020-001 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2020-001 relating to public housing, approving the updated City of Tucson annual plan for city fiscal year 2021 and HUD fiscal year 2020, authorizing and directing the adoption of the Public Housing Authority updated capital fund 5-year plan and submission to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development and declaring an emergency.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I move to pass and adopt resolution PHA 2020-001.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution PHA 2020-001 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 3.
Approval of Public Housing Authority minutes.
That was 8-0.
It was 8-0.
City Manager's Communication number 100, dated April 14th, is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of April 9th, 2019?
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion to approve the minutes of April 9, 2019 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 4.
8-0, Your Honor.
8-0. I'm sorry, 8-0. I'm so sorry.
Councilmember Durham has a comment.
Councilmember Durham?
Yeah, I believe the plans presented reflect the goals expressed by my colleagues at previous meetings. I endorse the efforts outlined in the plans to expand the housing supply, reduce homelessness, reduce vacancies in city-owned buildings, and increase the use of our Section 8 vouchers. Additionally, I am pleased to see the waiving of the $50 minimum payment, increase in the house subsidy for Section 8 voucher holders across the board, the 30-year extension and inclusion of a housing navigator.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Council Member. Thank you for the your comments. Really appreciate it. I concur. Item 4.
Adjournment?
Adjournment. The meeting of the Board of Commissioners is adjourned. The mayor and council will now convene our regular meeting. Thank you to our commissioner for joining us. Council will stand in session. Roll call.
Santa Cruz?
Here.
Mr. Cunningham? Here. Mr. Durham?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Here.
Mrs. Lee?
Here.
Mr. Fimbres?
Here. Here.
Mr. Kozachi?
Yep.
Mayor Romero?
Here. Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions. Item 2D.
Skipped everything else. I almost took my speech. Credit him.
City Clerk? I think we're in item 2, appointments to boards, committees, and commissions. I think it is item 2A.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I move that we approve the appointments in the report.
There is a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 2D.
That was item 2D.
Okay. Let's see.
We'll be on item 3.
Item 3.
Mayor and council report, summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication number 92, dated April 14th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the Mayor and Council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time?
I do.
Paul,
I do.
Councilmember Durham?
I just wanted to share with my colleagues and constituents that the Ward 3 office is partnering with AMFI and Flowing Wells Unified School Districts to send out information reminding them to complete their Census 2020 questionnaire and how to ensure housing security. We partnered with our constables and put together resources for households to make sure they understood how to avoid an eviction. We also want to be sure that households understand that Governor Ducey's moratorium on evictions is limited to those who can demonstrate a loss of income due to COVID-19. We provide background on what the documents say they will need to show and to notify their landlord. Ultimately, it's my hope that any household will work with my office to find supports and, wherever possible, negotiate a payment plan to avoid an eviction when the moratorium is lifted. You can find anti-eviction information on the Ward 3 website at tucsonaz.gov/Ward3, Ward-3. Finally, I encourage all Tucsonans to speak up and be counted. Visit the 2020 census.gov today.
Excellent. Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I first want to congratulate to TDOT and our mobility director Diana Alacona and her staff for their work on the FHAW grant. That $7.8 million in funding for the Highway Safety Improvement Program is a good shot in the arm. As we have responded to the health concerns rising from the spread of COVID-19, the Community Food Bank has made some changes to the main warehouse of the Community Food Bank located at 3003 South Country Club in Ward 5 by initiating drive-through food distribution. Because of the volume of the people, the community food bank serves, people may have noticed traffic backups on Country Club. The community food banks are trying to make their traffic more smoothly and quickly. Please contact the community food bank directly at 622-0525 if you have any questions. On a sad note, Mike Pollard has devoted his life in service. Pollard served our country in the United States Marine Corps. Mike Pollard also served our community as a Tucson City magistrate. He helped to form Veterans Court and work with other judges to form other courts to help specific areas of population. Pollard last week retired as a city magistrate. I want to thank Judge Pollard for his commitment to our community, serving on his bench. His leadership, knowledge, and expertise will be missed. On another sad note, Juan Tadeo, who had worked with many youth programs and young people over the past 4 decades, passed away from the COVID-19 virus. Juan was one of the founders and coaches with the Tucson Youth Football Program, mentoring young people to be better citizens on and off the football field. Juan's efforts were through the Tucson Redskins Youth Football Program. I had the privilege of recognizing Juan on his efforts with our youth. My condolences to the Tadeo family and the Tucson Redskins Youth Football Program family. His leadership, experience, knowledge, and commitment will be missed. Lastly, I join with Paul Durham in being heard and being counted with fill out your 2020 U.S. Census if you have not already. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Anyone else? On to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
Due to the city manager giving a report and update on COVID-19 emergency during study session item 3, there will be no summary of current events for the city manager. Item 5.
Liquor license applications, report from City Manager.
City Manager's communication number 94, dated April 14th, is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's liquor license agenda, under item 5B, we have 3 requests for new license, 1 request for person transfer. Under item 5C, we have 5 requests for special events. All the applicants are in compliance with city requirements. However, items 5C, 4, and 5 have been withdrawn by the applicant. Item 5C3, which is the Diocese of Tucson, has not withdrawn at this point in time, but their event is scheduled for April 18th, which is during the blackout period according to the governor's emergency proclamation. So the council may want to consider that item separately. An appropriate motion then would be to forward items 5B 1 through 4 and C 1 and 2 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
There is a motion.
Second.
And a second. There's a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yeah, I have a question. Roger, what was pulled, were all the special events pulled with that one exception?
No, items 5C1 and 2 are still on the agenda. Item 5C1, the event is in October, and the Sacred Heart is actually on May 9th.
So I don't see how we can approve special event applications at this point. Not a word in any of the applications mentioned, or any of our reviews for compliance mentioned social distancing or the number of attendees. I looked at several of them. They have attendees anticipated in excess of 100 for each of them. So I wouldn't be supporting any of the special events under these circumstances.
Well, I hear from the city clerk that the item 1 and 2 are outside of the April 30th stay-at-home order from the governor, and also outside the emergency proclamation that I signed. So what I would like to know, to the point of Councilmember Kazachek, is do we call these organizers of these events and give them a contingency in terms of their events being outside of the April 30th deadline? What's the protocol, Roger?
So, Your Honor, we could bring back item 2 at the next meeting and contact the applicant between now and then. Item 1, the event isn't scheduled until October 10th. So we're talking many months away, so whether we approve that now or
not,
or delay approval on that as well, you could make that choice as well.
So we could delay item 2 and then talk about item 3 separately.
Yes, Your Honor, you could delay items 1 and 2 both until we get through the proclamation and through the COVID issue, and then we can take those up.
So items 3, 4, and 5 are all within that.
Items 4 and 5 have been canceled.
Yeah.
And then item 3 has not, but I think that is, I think it's something that was overlooked, because I know the diocese is practicing social distancing and canceling all of their masses. So I would encourage that. There's a motion and a second, so I would say that we withdraw that motion and second and delay items 1 and 2 for the next meeting until we find out what's going on with those events, and item 3 that we consider it and separately.
Your Honor, I withdraw the motion and make the motion just for item 3.
So the second,
I'll withdraw it.
okay, thank you, council member. So
The
this,
motion that we would need, Your Honor, to start with would be to approve items B 1 through 4.
Your Honor, I'll make that motion.
okay, so there's a motion.
I'll second it.
So there's a motion and a second, and these are for just the regular liquor license applications, the new licenses on there. So there's a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Then the second motion would be, Mr. Clerk?
It would be on item 5C3. This is the Diocese of Tucson scheduled for April 18th.
No, I think a motion would be to defer all of these special events until a subsequent meeting and give staff a chance to do outreach to the event organizers.
The only problem with that, Councilmember Kasachik, is that the event is scheduled for the 18th, so I would consider a motion to deny the special event liquor license. Okay, so there is a motion to deny the special event liquor license. Is there a second?
Second.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a couple of seconds. All those in favor to deny the liquor license application for the Diocese of Tucson signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes to deny the liquor license application. Okay, are we done with this item?
We're done with this.
Thank you all. Item 6.
Call to the audience.
Call to the audience has been canceled for this meeting. I know that people can give us input at the city clerk's office email address. What is that, Mr. Clerk?
cityclerk@tucsonaz.gov.
Thank you. Item 7.
Consent agenda items A through L.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's consent agenda, item A is approval of minutes. Item B is an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Tucson and the Arizona Department of Administration. This item has been continued at the request of staff. Item C is employee benefits, adoption of the fiscal year 2021 Tucson Supplemental Retirement System employer and employee contribution rates. This item has been continued at the request of staff. Item D is Tucson Code amending Chapter 22, extending the term of office of elected members to the Tucson Supplemental Retirement System. Item E is real property, approving a ground lease with New Singular Wireless PCS Reed Park Randolph Way Wireless Communication Facility. Item F is a pre-annexation and development agreement with AJPJ Plan, owners of parcel 141-03-0120 for water service. Item G is a pre-annexation and development agreement with James and Margaret Alkiri, owners of parcel 205-47-012V for water service. Item H is an agreement approving a fire services agreement with the Raytheon Company, United States Air Force Plant 44 for emergency medical and fire response. This item will be considered separately at the request of Councilmember Fimbres. Item I is an intergovernmental agreement with the Amphitheater School District for school resource officers. Item J is the final plat S20-001 RPA Escalante lots 1 and 2. Item K is the final plat S19-062 37 East Camino Villas lots 1 through 3. Item L is a resolution designation of applicant agent for federal and state emergency declaration funding. That's the extent of the consent agenda, Your Honor. An appropriate motion would be to approve items A through L with the exceptions of items B, C, and H.
May I have a motion, please?
I'd like to motion to approve the matters on the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
Aye.
Mr. Durham.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres.
Aye.
Mr. Kazachi.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. The item on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 7-0. Mr. Clerk.
Item 8, Your Honor.
Item 8.
Public hearing zoning C91918 Houghton Reserve, Houghton and Broadway, SR to R1 and C1 City Manager's Report. Your Honor, at the request of the Vice Mayor, this public hearing has been scheduled for sometime later this summer.
Your Honor,
Vice
just
Mayor.
wanted to make a quick comment on this item. Look, we can't have public hearings right now. Everybody needs to be heard on this one, and despite having some really good dialogue between both parties in the process, and I think everybody's really happy about it. It's in the best interest of the whole case to delay till the summer.
We're not supposed to be on it. Okay, you just.
Okay,
Your Honor, we do need to go back to the consent agenda. I failed to consider item H.
okay. Council members, we have moved the public hearing for item 8, which is the zoning, public hearing zoning Houghton Reserve, to a later date, but we did fail to consider item H separately for the consent agenda. So we're going to go back to item H.
Councilmember Fimbres, Your Honor.
Councilmember Fimbres.
I just want a couple questions. Can the mayor and council be reminded of the structure of the fire station at Raytheon in terms of shifts and the number of personnel for each shift? Chuck?
Mayor, we have Chuck Ryan on the call.
Member Fimbres, members of council, the structure, the makeup of Fire Station 23 on the Raytheon plant consists of one engine company, which is 4 personnel, an engineer, a captain, currently 2 firefighters across 3 shifts. So it's 4 people per day, 3 shifts for a total of 12 FTEs. With this new agreement, the structure changes effective 1/1/21 to 1 engineer, 1 captain, 1 firefighter, and 1 paramedic firefighter.
Okay, and you have enough staff to do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Madam Mayor, I move to pass and adoption resolution 23158.
There is a motion in a second, and Councilmember Lee will be abstaining from this vote because she works at Raytheon, and so we will not countervote. So there's a motion and a second. All those in favor, or do we need a roll call? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passed 6-0. Alrighty, we were done with item 8. Now we move to item 9.
Zoning C91812 Bonanza 550 LLC, Bonanza Avenue, SR to RX2, ordinance adoption.
The city manager's communication number 96 dated April 14th is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 11742 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11742 relating to zoning, amending zoning district boundaries in the area located on the southeast corner of Bonanza Avenue and Colette Street in case C91812, Bonanza 550 LLC, Bonanza Avenue, SR to RX2, and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
This is the
Vice Mayor Cunningham?
this is the Bonanza project?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. I move we pass that project. We have a good agreement between the neighbors and the developer.
Okay, so that is moves to pass and adopt ordinance 11742. Is there a second?
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any discussion? Roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Durham?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Kazachi? Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 11742 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 10.
Adjournment?
The council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, April 21st at 5:30 p.m. in the Mayor and Council Chambers located at City Hall, 255 West Alameda. Now we move on to executive session.
And Mayor, members of the council, I'd suggest that we just continue and do the executive session next time when we're confident we have everybody we need and we don't have anybody who's not entitled to be in executive session.
Okay. So at the recommendation of our city attorney, Mr. Mike Rankin, we will delay the executive session. Mayor and council meeting is adjourned. Thank you all. Thank you, everyone. Take care and have a nice evening.